Good evening. Thank you for coming. This is the first session of Pirates Brotherhood, where the players are continuing with a story that has been left by a person that has left our table. We will post in the link down below the playlist to the episodes that we will use as references to character development. Some of it is considered canon, others of it will not. The characters can now introduce themselves as they see fit in any order.
Let's start from the beginning of the list. Ryoma.
Hi, I'm Brock, and you can call me Weeaboo Samurai. I am playing Ryoma Ittosai, a fighter monk multiclass that is also a half-elf. I come from a distant land where there are shogunate, and my shogun recently died, and I was pushed out of the kingdom, and I have recently joined a friend, a newly made friend, on his journeys to get his revenge.
All right, Rose.
Hello, hello. I am one of the returning players. I am Rose Blackwood. I am a swashbuckler rogue. I am currently a gnome. That's an unfortunate story that we're not going to get into. But I was originally a tiefling when this campaign had first started. I'm simply here because I want to be a fucking pirate.
All right. And I am Chris, another returning player, playing as Syvyan Veorskegg. He's a Tempest Cleric fighter multiclass, a merfolk homebrew race that I made myself. He's a military commander of the a cleric chapter within the Kingdom of Merhar, and is currently working towards a rescue mission for his sister, Mira, who was kidnapped during an attempted emissary mission to make allies for their new kingdom. Verkon.
I am Michael. I play Verkon Satros, a gnomish artificer who is known for going to some extremes, as well as uncharacteristic levels of strength for no reason.
Andrastia.
Hi, I'm Lonnie. I'm a new player. I'm going to be playing Andrastia Tallis, who is with a new group searching for revenge. She is a half-elf mix. Her mother is a tiefling, and her father is a sun elf, and she's currently in the angry stage of grief. We'll find out later why.
Hi, I'm Dream. I play Captain Baleric Graves, a half-elf sorcerer warlock multiclass with a mysterious past and an equally mysterious agenda. And yes, that agenda does include revenge.
So original. Ace!
So edgy.
Hi, I'm Emily. I play Ace D. Silvers, because I'm trash. And it's the monk rogue who grew up on an island with her three sisters and was part of a former pirate crew, which currently is disbanded. And she has a boyfriend on one of the other islands.
Back to you, Jake.
Thank you. And welcome, players, to back, or new ones, coming to Paladin, a custom world that has been made, changed and altered for the better of good. Our story picks up from what feels like yesterday, where Rose, Verkon, and Syvyan, you stand with your captain, Roberts, his salesman the Minotaur, your beloved companion Dante, and the robot, or Warforged as you know him as, standing there with a man wearing only a loincloth and a burned insignia on his left shoulder, no hair head to toe, looking at Syvyan square in the face, going, "You, I know you. You look familiar to me. Your sister was kind. She talked about you a lot. Why are you here?"
Syvyan's expression goes from bewildered to stern at the mention of his sister. I am here for her. Where have you seen her?
I last saw her 3 days ago, when I was let go and released from my holding cell in an unknown camp, and they told me to wander this way, and I did. I passed a giant city, a smaller city, and a random dragonborn walking east until I found you. At this point, Dante raises an eyebrow. A dragonborn? What color? He continues his look at you, Syvyan, and he just says, "Orange? Black, maybe?" He seemed rather weird. He was talking to himself. He went that way, in a general direction, if I recall, not looking at anyone but Syvyan. And Dante sighs and grabs his sword and whistles, and you see Virgil flying along from behind, dragging his coat. I'll be back.
You'll be on your own if you go after that one.
I have punishment for that murdering, conniving bastard, and I'm going to deliver it.
In that case, I'm slightly more convinced of joining you. However, this is more pressing.
I'll come with you.
At this point, Roberts goes, "Dante, before you go, bring him back alive. I'll think about it. That is an order, Dante. After all, my new first mate must show leadership." And he kind of looks over his shoulder. "The fuck are you talking about? You led the raid, did you not? You led all of these men to wealth and victory. You're a true captain in the making, and I want to be the one to accommodate accordingly. Bring him back alive, that's an order." Think about it. I'm going now.
At least that way we can have some fun too.
Yeah, I'll bring back his fucking tail. And he wanders off.
Rose does follow behind, as she had stated that she would go with Dante.
The captain kind of looks at you and just gives a very low glare. Doesn't say anything. "Take care of her. She could learn a thing or two about leadership." And they wander off. And we will go back to them later.
Now back to
the man has continued to look at you. Go ahead.
Now back to you. So, you say you have passed by several cities. I'm going to assume you were not being held at this halfling outpost that we have raided.
I don't know. We were led through a lot of tunnels before we stayed at this giant building. And they put me in a cell across from your sister, where there was a giant tank filled with water. a collar around her neck, and her arms held by chains as she was half submerged. Able to go down if she wanted to go in the water, but that was about as far as she could go.
Do you remember anything specific about the people or the building, insignias, symbols, anything that seemed unique?
He points to his shoulder with the same symbol that you've been hunting. Like this. I remember a voice, multiple voices, talking about overthrow and prophecy? I'm sorry, my head, it just feels so fuzzy. As if I was in a haze and now I'm slowly coming out of it.
Then you will take respite here with us until your mind has become clear. And then I wish to speak with you again about these matters.
Of course. Your sister showed me kindness, and when they didn't feed me, she found a way to give me her food. I owe her that much before they moved her.
She was moved before you left.
Yes. I don't know where. They said something about needing her blood or blood of her family. I don't know much, I'm sorry. I only heard bits and pieces as they spoke many different dialects.
Then let us hope your healing doesn't take too long. Come with me and I will find you a cot.
He puts his arm around you. I'm tired. Lead the way.
Syvyan walks him off towards the beach where all the crewman tents and setup in camp is.
Okay. Verkon. Quip. Your loyal mechanical companion looks at you. And in your mind, you hear, the time has come to progress. Head to your tent. Bring me and your gun, please. You're going to need it for the time ahead.
Ooh, time to do something new then. As he happily jaunts away.
Both of you see Captain Roberts glare with this low glare of annoyance, and let out a sigh as he gestures for the robot and the Minotaur to come. To the woods. Rose and Dante are walking through the woods, and Dante is just dead set in the general direction, not looking at tracks, glaring and holding his sword ever so tightly, pushing branches and stuff and kicking the dirt along the way.
First mate, huh?
Yeah.
That's fucking bullshit.
I mean, no offense, but ever since I came on, I kind of took over.
I know. But at the same time...
It should be you. I know. But
He says I need to learn a thing or two about leadership. He was the one that promised to teach me. He's taught me nothing. All that's happened is... well, a lot. I mean, it's his fault that I died. And then I got brought back. And it's just been a mess.
I know. But what do you want me to do with it? I mean, I think he's scared of me and he's trying to keep me under control. I mean, I literally fought the fish multiple times with no repercussion.
Which is also a problem given previous happenings. Rose actually rubs at her shoulder where the old scars of lashings still are.
I mean, can you blame him? He's getting old. He's kind of getting weak. I fought both of you after I put down Syvyan, and I was still standing after he landed like And he lifts his coat to the side to show a very deep cut. He got me good. And then he quit. So, I think it's the fear factor that's holding him.
What I want to know is why he glared at me.
Well, aren't we planning a mutiny?
You know,
Doesn't
I've been
take a
hesitant
genius
about
to
it.
know it.
I've been hesitant about it for a while. I've been hesitant about it. Something always was keeping me on his side, but when I actually sat down and thought about everything, all I felt was anger. Anger at him, anger at myself, anger at Syvyan.
Give him some time. The fish needs a break. I shit on him, but that's just because I shit on everybody. The world shits on him more than anyone else that I've known, next to probably like you of all people.
Believe me, Robert shits on him more.
I know.
Robert's been
But-
doing nothing but shafting him this entire time.
Syvyan is hard to work with.
Nay.
I mean,
Believe me,
you give him a
I know
plan
that
and
more than anyone.
he can like twist and alter it to his own benefits and try and do things differently. It works for some people, but I mean, he's more hell-bent on his sister than the betterment of others, and he needs to kick in the ass to realize it.
Oh, believe me, he and I are going to be having a long conversation.
Look, I have no problem leading and guiding the team. I don't. I can do that for you until you're ready to take that role from my shoulders. I don't want it.
I honestly think I'll learn far more from you than I ever have from Roberts.
Well, that is a conversation for another time. I am more hell-bent right now on killing this fucking thing before it kills any more people because of stupidity.
Gonna make yourself a nice new belt.
Maybe. As you come into a clearing of a house.
Dante,
What?
are my eyes deceiving me? Or is that house on chicken legs?
I don't know. I hate this island. I hate coming home. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Hey.
Nice.
As you walk and go through the gate, you hear this slushing sound and something dragging from behind the house.
I don't like that.
And you hear a voice in your mind. Blackwood? Come inside, dearie. I have secrets that you want answers for. As the door opens. And you
Dante?
see coming out of the hut a figure where it looks like liquid is dripping off of them and they're dragging a sword. And up stands what looks like scales to be replaced by soup. A dragonborn. His eyes pale with no life, and he looks up and you hear a low, raspy, Dante.
Dante, Lisa's a zombie.
If zombies are soup, I want to know soup-nomancy, I guess is probably the proper term.
That, and I'm hearing an old woman's voice in my head telling me to go inside the house.
I don't need to know when you're hitting menopause.
I am far too young to be hitting menopause. I'm in my 20s.
You're like a halfling, a gnome thing? I don't know.
I am 26. I am still young and spry.
As a firebolt hits Dante in the chest and he goes back a couple steps. Okay, Lisa. Time to play hardball. As they rush at each other and clash swords.
I'm going to go and investigate the hut.
Okay. As you go in, the door closes behind you, and all you see is darkness. But you smell something cooking rather nice, like a nice stew. It's very intoxicatingly delightful, it smells like.
Lizard.
As a table appears in your vision with a candle, lit with a chair and a plate filled with food and a cup of soup. And you hear that same voice. Sit down, dearie. I have many answers for many questions. Take a bite and relax.
I'm going to insight.
Go for it.
Hey, at least she asked you out for dinner first.
I know, right?
How polite.
You believe that this voice is being honest.
I'll sit down.
Okay.
Take a sip of the tea.
Okay.
That's some good tea.
It is. And it feels very fresh and new and full of flavor.
So you know my name. Who are you?
A hand appears at the other end of the table. Just a hand from the shadows. An old bony hand as it picks up a fork and stabs into the meat on the plate and vanishes into the dark. I have been watching you all for some time. I am Baba Yaga.
Can I roll history?
You can. You've never heard of this woman in your life.
Fair enough.
You have a very interesting tale. You hear a giant sniff from the shadows. You should be a tiefling. But I smell halfling and gnome all over you.
And Revenant. Don't forget the Revenant.
Ugh. I wish not to speak of foulness.
Well, my captain told me to go and fight in an arena. I didn't have a choice in the matter. So I went and fought in the arena. And I got killed. You may not believe this one, but I played a game with death. And I won.
Did you play Go Fish?
Yes.
He sucks at Go Fish.
So I learned.
Tell me, child, do you want to know why your father spent money on a reincarnation spell instead of spending money on his only daughter? A true resurrection?
That did seem very off. That wasn't like him.
And tell me, child, do you want to hunt the one who killed your friend all those years ago?
Rose stiffens. If
I
you know
have
where
been
Hebe's
watching.
murderer is, I would very much like to know.
Child, I can give you all that you desire and more. You just have to agree to a little bargain.
All right. So, what will you give me, and what do you get from it?
I will answer 3 of your questions. And I will turn you into whatever you desire if you are not comfortable being the child form that you are. What I want in return, oh, dearie, that's simple. I want 3 relics. 1 at your family's house that is rightfully mine. A bow that was given to someone who didn't deserve it. And the medallion around your companion's neck.
Dante's necklace.
Aye. That spirit is hell-bent on destruction. I do not trust that spirit. And I can give you power to acquire the relics along the way.
My husband has learned much about that necklace. I recall him he's saying he spoke to it, the spirit within it.
Yes,
I don't like it.
demon.
I don't like it being around his neck. It makes me worry about him.
Poison. Yeah. A poison. But that is the last relic I need. For if you take it now while he is too attached to it, you're never going to get it. I will answer 3 questions, dearie, whatever you desire. And I can give you your form back of your choice, if you liked your halfling or your tiefling, or we can play Russian roulette, if you will, and I can make you a human, or something else.
No more Russian roulette. I've played that game once, and then ran into an idiot god, and that didn't go well.
It is your decision, dearie. If you don't like it, you can get up and leave from my hut, and you will be back on the beach with your companions.
Rose sits and thinks and sips at the tea. You have a deal.
Take a bite of soup, dearie. Please, it's the main
Is this made
course.
from the lizard?
No, he is disgusting. I needed a new bodyguard, because I knew of Dante's arrival.
Thank goodness. She takes a bite of the soup.
As you do, you see a little hand come up from the soup after you take the bite. And you fall backwards in your seat for what feels like an eternity before a loud thud as you land on your backside. And you look around and there's just pure darkness. Ask the first question, and a show will appear for you to see the truth.
Why did my father buy that reincarnation scroll instead of the resurrection scroll?
You see the bar appear before you where your father met Syvyan. None of you are there. You see your father sitting there with a scroll, arms crossed, drinking some ale and waiting. Roberts comes in. Old friend! It's been a while. Aye, Roberts. I heard the news. I'm going to resurrect her now. I've already paid for the proper scroll. Robert sits down at the bar and holds up a hand, and 2 ales come, and he picks one up and drinks it. Well, cheers to good health then. So, I've been thinking about that. And he pulls it, and Roberts pulls out from his own jacket a scroll, and he puts it on the table. You could save the reincarnation for when she truly might die, you know. I have a scroll of reincarnation could do just the same. I can take the scroll of true res and no. I am going to resurrect her because reincarnation is too much of a gamble. Not for my daughter. You see as he looks kind of annoyed at the moment. But you see Roberts move his right hand as a vial comes out. And he pours it quickly into the drink before tucking it back into his coat. Old friend. I understand your concern, and I applaud you for being a good father. Honestly, if I had children, I would ask you to teach me to be a better parent. However, you know what dangers could lie ahead for, well, this line of work, no? Aye. Well, what if instead we Just use the scroll of reincarnation. I mean, there's a strong chance she'll come out her normal self. I mean, she'll still be a little girl. And then we can use the true resurrection for in case, like, I don't know, a lich holding a gold stash or a dragon, if we find one. They've been lost to centuries. You're right, but I'm just saying. There could be things in the shadows that could kill her worse, and I have an out to bring her back the way she's intended. Her being a revenant, trust me, I understand your concern. I don't know. I don't like the idea. I'm sticking with my decision, and that is final. Well then, and he holds up the cup, a drink to cheer for her soon-to-be better health? And they tap glasses and drink. And Roberts puts it down, and he goes, now, you're going to trade me that scroll, right? We just talked and agreed about it? And you see his eyes go hazy for your father, and it's like he's kind of recollect what was said, and he's like, yes, yes, the reincarnation scroll will work. I think you're right, yes. And he takes the scroll, and he hands off the resurrection scroll. And Roberts gets up and curtsies. Now, good sir, I applaud you again for coming and hopefully approving of her husband, if you will. I have other business to attend to in town. And he walks out, and your vision follows him to a path where he looks around his shoulder, and he looks like he's looking right at you before dipping into an alleyway. And you see 3 black-robed figures, one bearing a symbol of 2 scythes with a hand holding a gold coin, etched in red, as if it's blood, on the pauldron. And Roberts pulls out the scroll, hands them the scroll, and he pulls out the map, and he opens the map, and you see where he points at the island. He's there. You can get him back. I've done my part. Leave me and my crew alone. They take it and they say nothing as they vanish into the shadows, as the darkness returns. That's one theory.
Bastard!
What are your other 2?
Or smiles. Once you have these 3 relics, what are you going to do with them?
I'm going to put them where they belong, dearie. And you see an ancient temple. Doesn't look like it's a part of this world. I'm going to put them there. Where they belong. They're not from this world. So I'm looking to return them home. Next question.
Quick question. What did the symbol look like?
2 scythes held by a hand made out of blood.
Didn't you say there's a gold medallion in there too?
Yes, there is a golden medallion as if it's draped around the hand, like going down like the forearm.
Okay. Rose stops and thinks. There are many things that she could ask. Finally, she nods to herself. Where is Syvyan's sister?
You're taken to a cell, and you see her blindfolded. Her tail, which is a beautiful tail, has red and pink scales, submerged in a tank. A collar with a blinking red light on her neck. Her arms suspended by chains in air. And it looks like needle tracks have been taken from her arm as if blood was drawn. She's a hard one to find. They're making magic hard. That's the best I can do, dearie.
It's enough to know that she's alive.
For now.
Thank you.
Now, what form do you want, dearie? Or are you content being this childlike form that's most appealing to look at?
I've thought about that. And honestly, I rather like the nickname that Dante has for me. He calls me Changeling. So I think that's what I shall be.
Are you sure?
Well, yes. I mean, if I'm a changeling, that means I can look like a tiefling whenever I want. Or in this form whenever I want.
A potion that is dark green appears before you, floating in midair. Take a drink, dearie.
She drinks it.
Give me a con save with disadvantage.
Constitution.
It's painful. You feel your intestines rip themselves apart, like your hand is in there just pulling. And you fall to your knees and you start hacking up blood. And you see your hand start changing to like scales and back to normal. Small then big. You feel your face changing. Your body's cracking as if it's growing while constantly shrinking at the same time. And as you shriek for pain, you come out of this haze and you see an old woman standing above you who has nasty white hair as if it's never been washed for days or years even. The smell is atrocious. A face only a mother could love, as it's all wrinkled and disgusting. And you see 3 figures behind her. But you can't make out what they are, you just see shadows. One looks like they're wearing a cloak with a spiked collar. The other, yellow beady eyes glaring down upon you. Another, a dark-skinned man in a very fancy suit, stands there with his arms crossed with a big, white, cheeky grin. And you look around before you start losing consciousness, and you see you're in a pot, like a cooking pot. As right before you look back at them and you don't hear what they're saying, you just hear all of these things flush through your mind of voices. You see the door fly open as what looks like liquid splattering all across as the 3 mysterious figures vanish to the shadows. And you see a tall, demon-like figure walking towards Baba Yaga. You are too soon, dearie, as she pulls out a sickle. I'm going to put you back where you belong. As she lunges at him, but right as your vision fades, you see him duck and chop off her legs. And the last thing you hear is Baba Yaga shrieking in pain. You'll be unconscious until the duration.
Okay.
Here is the beach with all the crew members. Syvyan, you have escorted the man. We'll say he's this one right here.
You want to ping again?
Right here.
Oh,
Yeah, right
okay.
here.
Gotcha.
We'll say that that's that one. Everyone else can be where they are. Verkon, your tent is right here. I need both of you to give me perception checks, though. Unless you're too focused on things at hand.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay. You both see, Verkon, you only see it for like a quick second, like last second, like out of your peripheral vision. You see a rowboat coming with what looks like 4 people to shore. You're not able to make out who they are, let alone what they are, but you see 4 people coming on a boat. Syvyan, you as well. You just see one standing there with his leg hoisted at the front of the boat as he's looking, trying to do a majestic pose, looking as he's coming to shore.
All right, Daniels.
So the four of you will be coming right here. And you see the four of you coming to shore. You see all of these people working, and they stop and they sort of look at you before you hear Roberts yell from over here, "Back to work. The ship isn't going to get ready for itself, you know." And in a very annoyed voice as he looks onward at the boat coming.
I grab one of the crewmen and pass the mystery guy over to him. Take him to the corpsman and have him rest and healed.
Of course. He says with an annoyed look as he takes him this way. And they walk off.
And then Syvyan proceeds to march to the other side of the beach to see what's going on.
Verkon will pop his head out, see people are still doing stuff, pop his head back in, and just continue causing the sounds of echoing metal on metal.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit for you guys. Someone is a little busy at the moment.
Yeah.
So, Verkon, you go to the tent. And you see Quip jump up on the table and lay down. On its side, legs spread open. And you hear a voice. The same voice. "You'll have to tear me apart. You have a lot of work to do. Are you ready?"
I'm for upgrades!
So you start ripping Quip and dismantling him. And you see a mechanical hand up here. And it takes the Thundermonger and it starts taking it apart as well. And when you look up, you see a mechanical being. It doesn't look like a Warforged, but they're drenched in a white and golden robe where it looks like blue symbols glowing across their entire body. It looks up at you. "A lot of work to do. Let's go." And keeps working.
He'll just keep on working. Very enthused about new ideas springing in his head.
The new idea shows you in armor. Heavy armor. Something that you've never thought of before. But you see as it pulls out from the Thundermonger and Quip 2 gems. And it puts them there, and you see them glow as if they want it, like a little laser. And it shoots into the ground, and it leaves a good dent. And then they put them onto plate, and they move their hand over it, and it turns into a glove. And then that glove turns in, you see electricity pulsate through the glove. It will take you 8 hours to finish this project that has been shown into your mind. Meanwhile, Syvyan, you hear a voice coming from your mind. "Cousin, we must meet. Come to the water."
I reply, "How soon?"
Immediately.
Without a word to anyone, he goes for a dip.
Okay. In the water, you see your cousin. The queen. About a few miles out. She's swimming there and she bows her head. "Hello. It's been a while, cousin."
Indeed it has, but what are you doing so far from our territory?
"I am astral projecting. This is as far as my projection powers could let me go. We need to talk. Will you swim with my spirit for a little bit?" as you guys swim off. And you see the beautiful the ocean life below. She looks at you. I'm sorry for earlier, when we last spoke. Things have been hectic while you're gone. I let my brashness get the better of me, and I like to apologize personally.
I understand that you hold a heavy burden.
I should never have taken away your title, but I do hope you understand. If we need peace, you cannot blow up on a common soldier.
A common soldier's the least of our concerns, when they know not who we even are.
I understand. But for us to be able to have good relations, we need good relations from commoners to nobility. I don't need the lower class trying to attack and take what we have.
Well, it is all the more necessary to start making those relations as quickly as possible. I've been gathering more and more intelligence that is pointing in the direction that a very large organization that seems to have control over almost everything in pieces is the one that holds Mira.
I see. Well, I hope you find her. I do. I miss my cousin. I miss you. We are dealing with the Selachan. They're rising from down below. It seems that something or someone has broken the barrier between the deep sea and our places of civilization. Your uncle is holding them back with the soldiers.
That complicates things tremendously.
I understand that you were wanting to acquire ships, and I gave permission, but it seems like somehow the Selachan were starting to attack the day we went out to gather the ships. I think whoever you're hunting knows and is using any chance of any enemies to keep us at bay.
I see.
However, I've heard of a relic that may be of use to you. A glaive. It was lost to our kind.
But
It is a glaive that was a half-orc had, I guess. That was ours. It returned home to the sea after she died. However, it's gone missing as if it's trying to find a new owner. It was sentient, I suppose. If you can find it, it might be enough to help repel what we need. If you can find this artifact and awaken it, there might be a chance for the Selachan to subside until you can come home, where we can do a full frontal attack with everyone.
then it seems the war with the surface need be put on hold then.
Unfortunately,
Because
they bear a mark of like 2 phoenixes on their battle shields.
the Shellichan do?
They do.
That
And based on your reports, I believe they're working hand in hand.
when we can gather back to full strength, we will put every body into the bottom of the sea.
I know you will. At this moment, I am reinstating your rank and promoting you. I will not take no for an answer. If you get this relic, and if you can find any proof of my dear beloved cousin that she's alive, hair, clothing,
A
you name it,
witness.
something. Unfortunately, witnesses will not stand, per se.
It's a few days
We need
old,
physical.
but it's still something that tells me that a few days ago she was alive. It gives me a direction.
If you get it, you see appear before you a bottle with a cork in it. Put it in the bottle, put the cork in it, and put it in any water, like a pond or a lake or the ocean. It will return to me. That will be enough.
And I will. However, there's one thing I yet need.
And what's that?
I had requested soldiers to come here. A minimum of at least 20.
They were killed. That is how we found out about the Selichan rise.
Is there any way, in short notice, we can have several transported here quickly?
It could take a couple of days, but I can attempt to persuade the generals to release a few. A lot are on the front lines protecting the city from all sides. One even rumored that a sea dragon is among their ranks. Or something that fierce along with it.
Then pull them from my ranks and my chapters need be. The sooner that they can get here, the better.
I will see what I can do.
Unfortunately, my travels have been stalled. And
I'll see what I can do.
those I'm working with are not being very helpful. So I am seeing to it that I can be put back on travels on my terms. But I will need the assistance of my men.
I will see what I can do. I make no promises. As before you, she conjures an image of a giant, shark-like man holding a giant anchor that's barbed all around it. And you've only heard tales of these before as a child. You thought they were just fairy tales in history. They have returned. They nearly wiped us out 300 years ago. We don't know how they've come, because as you know, the barrier of temperature from all land to even deeper is quite fierce, and it's nothing but cold down there. But something broke through and they're coming up. And it seems that there is a mole among either our side or someone that you're working with hand-delivering them information. It just seems weird that the world is shitting on us when we haven't even tried to come up.
As much as I wish it to not be someone within our own kingdom, I find it difficult to believe it's someone within my company, considering that even I am withheld from a great amount of information for them to use against us.
I never said your company, cousin. It could be anyone in the kingdom. Advisors, other guards, other captains. But I must go. My spell is wearing.
And if you can, keep hold of the information for the location of the wrecked ship that I sent earlier. The artifacts and gains we can get from that might be of assistance.
I will. But for now, enjoy your new rank, World Ambassador Syvyan Veorskegg, as the spirit fades into bubbles. The four of you that are sailing on the boat, you see 100+ people on land. You see, standing before you all, at the edge of the water, a man in a long red trench coat, a fancy 3-pointed hat, and his arms cross, and he looks human as his coat moves with the water as it pushes down near the end of it. Who are you for, and why are you here?
It's rude to ask for somebody's name when you haven't given your own.
Yo.
My companion has a point, but I think I have an idea of who you are anyway, so we'll forgive your oversight. I am Captain Baleric Graves, and these are members of my crew, or fellow travelers. We're here to gather supplies and just stretch our legs a bit before we continue on.
Why didn't you take the river to Boston Mere then?
Well, you know how it is. Boston Mere is not exactly welcoming of people in our line of work.
He kind of glares and squints. I've never heard of a Baleric Graves before. You're a pirate?
Indeed I am, sir. You may not have heard of me yet, but I hope that you will before long.
Are you a part of our guild?
Not at present. That would explain why you haven't heard of me, I suppose.
Interesting. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
We're getting our new ship ready.
Which ship would that be?
He points over about a couple miles down. You see what looked like a former trade ship getting mounted with ballistas and put supplies on.
Ah, nice, very nice. Well, good luck with that. How did you come by that ship, if you don't mind me asking?
It was here and we found it. I claimed it, and per pirate code, it is mine.
Well, I don't think anyone here is going to argue with that.
First.
So, are we interrupting something?
We're just resupplying our ship.
Well,
But where are my manners? Come, sit down. Let us have a drink. The four of you look quite parched.
well, don't mind if I do.
Oh, thank goodness.
My name is Captain Roberts of the SS Revenge, and it is a pleasure to meet you all.
Indeed, the Captain Roberts. I thought so, but it's nice to have a confirmation.
He kind of cocks an eyebrow at you. Are you just like a socially awkward captain, or is this how he talks to you guys too?
He talks that way to everybody.
He's
Hi.
weird.
My name's Ryoma,
You'll have to forgive me. It comes with my upbringing.
and I will hold out my left hand to shake his.
He will shake your hand.
So, Captain, is this a guy?
Yes, this is a guy.
No,
Oh.
I'm asking in
Oh,
character.
my bad. Sorry. I thought you said, is he a guy? Like, yes, this is a male. Carry on.
I'll
my
have to
bad.
pat his
Sorry.
pants first just to check.
Get out of
That's
here.
rude.
Sorry.
He is a guy, but he's not the guy, at least not in the long-term view. But he is someone who will be good for us to get to know, I think. Catch my name.
Mm.
Chris, you make it back to land in about a minute.
Neat.
You're trying to up our reputation. Or at least yours.
That's how it works. You never undersell yourself unless there's a reason.
So,
True.
he takes Baleric and company to his tent, and you see a giant fancy table and a lot of silverware and stuff, and he snaps his hand, and a pirate comes out with a giant keg and pours some wine. Have a seat.
How
What
generous.
do I owe the pleasure of upcoming pirates to come and talk to me?
Well, it seems to be something of a twist of fate, but as long as we're here, I suppose we could inquire about this guild of yours, since we're relatively new to the profession. It might behoove us to get involved.
You want to know more about the guild?
If you don't mind. Is it a secret guild?
No, it's been active for like 200 plus years.
Wonderful. Then you won't mind telling us more about it. I'm sure it has a long and storied history.
Sure. At this point, Chris, you come up on land.
All right.
Right. And he will give you, Dream, the rundown of how the guild is established. And that all the pirates that are massive and known throughout the seas have all banded in unity to work together and sort of parlay with each other to never attack one another. And to focus only on trade ships and cities or outposts that other pirates have not claimed to be safe havens for them that are a part of the guild.
So, as part of this agreement, are there any trade ships that are, shall we say, under protection, or is it just do as you will?
Do as you will to trade ships, but and he points to the map where you see certain different color indications. Once you're in the guild, those are the ones that are considered safe havens to their respective members. If you attack them and the guild finds out, you are thereby outlawed and hunted by the rest of us to be executed. And you'll accrue the same or join ours as low ranking and never move up.
Syvyan will ask once he gets to the beach what became of the newcomers.
A dark elf looks at you. They went with the captain. This is the way.
Oh my god!
Absolutely beautiful.
Do you know the way?
Dude.
The name's dead. Let it die.
Never. Anyways.
Beautiful. Alright, so I'll go to the captain's tent.
The Minotaur stops you. Hold up. He's having a meeting. You can wait.
I stand outside, do my best to eavesdrop.
Give me a perception.
Oh shit.
With a disadvantage.
Oh shit. I'm terrible at these. Oh, that's right. I already have it set for auto advantage. A whopping 9.
You hear words, but you can't make out what they are.
Excellent. If only I had a
Meanwhile-
straight roll.
Meanwhile, while you're trying to eavesdrop, you look up in the sky and you see like this meteor-like thing coming towards the beach.
A groan of annoyance.
And it lands. Right here.
All right, where?
Oh wait.
Oh, there.
Right here.
Okay. And which tent was the captain's?
Right here.
That's what I thought. So I'm over here. I see it crash on the other side of the beach. Turn to the Minotaur. I'll figure it out. And start walking towards the crash site.
Okay. As you walk towards the campsite, you see a woman laying there in tattered clothes with long red hair. She looks like she is believed to be a
Can you
tiefling.
delete that and fix my sheet so that I can use the new token, please?
Yeah, I got you 1 second. It looks like a tiefling, but her skin is green.
Familiarity?
Give me a straight intelligence check.
Rip.
I'm gonna try this again. There we go.
Yep.
Thank you.
Rip.
You think she looks really familiar, but you don't see any like outstanding pieces of clothing that you could signify. I mean, you've never really seen a green tiefling before either. It's kind of throwing you off.
Well, you clearly didn't come from the heavens. So where did you fall from?
She's unconscious.
Shit.
He's talking to himself.
You just turn to the guys around me. Eh? Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'll take care of the rest of you. Bugger off. I'll pick her up.
The dark elf looks and whistles. That is the way, my brother. As he walks away.
Mental note: don't kill that one.
We keep that one around.
Ping that one. Ping that one. We need to know.
He shows us away.
Put a mark on that one. We're keeping them.
I'm gonna pick her up and carry her to the medical tent, where the other random person is supposed to be resting as well.
Okay.
And then check her for wounds.
You don't see any wounds.
Oh, all my old scars are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
Gotta get some more.
you,
I liked my scars.
you got Dean Winchestered.
So,
Not wrong.
No.
so
How about that, Sherry?
give me a medicine check.
You'll have to wait until later to find that one out.
You are great at being a doctor.
Oh, god damn it. It's a return of the axe surgery.
So you think that she's like barely holding on to dear life, but she is alive, so to speak. You don't know if she's brain dead or like a vegetable, but she's like, laying there with a little bit of breath in her.
Neat. So, because dumbassery, I'm just gonna blow a cure wounds on her.
Okay. You wake up
Son
and
of
you
a
blink
bitch.
and you see Syvyan and it looks like you're in a tent. Looks like the medical tent.
I'm gonna sit up and I'm gonna look at my skin, notice it's green, and go,
You
well, that
actually
one
notice that it's not green.
it's not green?
Not for you.
How would I not notice that my skin is green?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to look at Syvyan. It worked.
Son of a...
The old woman actually did it.
I'm sorry.
Hello, love.
Rose.
Yep.
I significantly recall that the stupid lizard had magic. Did he changeling you again?
Oh no, Lizar is a zombie.
Damn it.
Dante's currently dealing with that.
Well, there goes my turn.
We came across a chicken-legged hut that belonged to an old woman. And she gave me a potion. For a price.
And the price being?
I have to go and find some relics for her. Though I did learn some interesting information. I'm gonna need my pack so I can actually get dressed, though.
Fixed it.
So I recall I still have that. Yes, I should have all of that here.
Yes, in our tent you have your backup
Yes.
supplies. So you're telling me you made a deal with a hag?
Oh, she wasn't a hag. At least she didn't appear to be one. At least I don't think the type of hag that you know.
Old, bony,
She
crony
seemed-
woman.
There was more to it. There was far more to it. It felt different.
So, have you made deals with hags before?
No, but I do remember that we came across those sea hags that Rum tried to make a deal with.
And that Sortron did make a deal with.
Exactly. And it felt different from them. It felt... I can't really describe the feeling. But she did permit me to ask 3 questions, which she answered truthfully. And I saw your sister. She's alive.
Because I am extraordinarily suspicious of the circumstances. But,
She has red and pink scales.
go on.
She was chained up in a cell. It looked like she had needle marks from either them putting something in her or pulling something out. It was preventing magic. Like there was magic, like a barrier. Where that was all she was able to show me. But she is alive.
The mysterious man said similar to what you had just now told me. That gives credibility to your mystery hag.
Mm.
Hmm.
I also found out something else. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and get dressed and then I'm going to go and kill Roberts.
That last part can wait.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, yes.
No, my love, it's not waiting.
We can't exactly afford to throw up on my plan. Yet.
Right now, your plan can go to hell. I'm going to kill him.
But at least give the rest of us time to prepare.
Fair enough. But I found out something. You remember when my father used that scroll of reincarnation on me?
Aye, the start of the trend.
And how I had remarked that it was odd. Not like him.
If he has the resources
That's because
to
it
gain
wasn't.
better.
He had a scroll of true resurrection. And Roberts took it from him. He put something in his drink and tricked him. And he gave the scroll of true resurrection to these 3 cloaked figures in an alleyway. Gave them a map on where to find someone to bring them back.
All the more reason not to kill him, because now we need to question him.
Oh, I'm going to question him, but I also have other plans, and let's just say that I know some secrets that I will keep my mouth shut on, as I had made promises previously about it.
Well, then we must...
But I'm going to kill him by the end of this.
Happily, in fact, that actually makes my plan work better. Now.
So while she's talking about this, you notice that she starts growing facial hair. And the more she talks about it, you see her face contort and change to appear more masculine.
Oh, I'm going to have
And
to
by
get a
the
hang of
time
this.
she's done rambling about this, when she's done and ready to stand up, it looks like a completely tattered and partially gender swapped Roberts is in front of you. The green is gone.
Awkward.
I look down.
Disturbed, disgruntled, and confused beard rub. Rose, dear, sit down.
What?
Look down.
What the hell? I'm going to have to get a hang of this.
What did you ask for?
You remember what Dante calls me?
No.
Oh, yes. I'm now a changeling.
He's going to enjoy that too much. You're going to enjoy that too much. But I like it.
Because you know what this means?
All kinds of things.
I know, but it also means I can go swimming with you.
Indeed it does, my dear.
Which means hopefully we can spend some more time together. You've been kind of ignoring me.
And I apologize. My mind is occupied, to say the least.
Emmy, mute your mic. It picks up everything.
Oh. Let's take some time to acclimate yourself with this new ability you have.
Yes. This is going to take some growing used to.
And put a hold on our aggressions for the time being, because there's a new player amongst the ranks. A whole new crew have just come ashore with their intentions currently unknown, and I wish to know more about them before making my play, in hopes that maybe we can utilize them for our benefit.
Well, could you at least bring me my pack so I can get dressed?
Yes.
It's a
Remain-
little nippy.
I will be back in just a moment, my dear.
Thank you.
So Syvyan goes off for the pack.
We're gonna fast forward right over to the tent where they are talking. So yeah, that's the general idea of the pirate guild. If you want to go, you have to go to the main city of pirates, which is here on the map. And yeah, you have to present yourself. And then as long as it's like majority rules, you're in the guild.
And if a majority doesn't rule,
Then you cannot be a part of the pirate guild.
Very simple. Shouldn't be too hard to remember. What exactly is your position in the guild, if you don't mind me asking?
I am one of the quote-unquote founding and active members of the guild.
Ah, a good man to know then.
Every main captain that has made a very notoriable reputation can be appointed this role to where they can make recommendations for the entire guild alike.
Okay. I am going to subtle spell cast suggestion on Roberts.
Okay. Go ahead and post it for me. I need to bust out my dice.
This is going to be interesting.
Okay, go ahead and give me your suggestion, please.
Yeah. Well, since I'm a relatively new captain and you're somewhat experienced, to say the least, I think you should take me under your wing and tell me all about yourself, your deepest concerns and feelings and secrets, and we'll be fast friends.
I would. However, I am looking to retire soon.
Oh.
So
Well.
I politely reject your offer.
That's a shame. Do you have a successor in mind?
I do. He's a bit of a loose cannon, but so far, out of everyone that I've been paying attention to, I had attention on a certain girl, but she has been failing miserably at what I've been expecting of her.
That's
Probably
a shame.
of my own personal standards for, biasness, but I believe that the one that I have chosen to be my first mate now will lead them in a new direction so I can retire.
If this first mate of yours is a loose cannon, there's always a chance that he may choose not to follow in your footsteps. This girl seems like someone who's worth giving another chance, or at least developing a bit more, if you don't mind me saying so.
My decisions are finalized, Captain, and I will respect that you don't dive into my own personal business.
Well, if the girl is useless to you, then I am happy to take her off your hands.
Well, as much as I've made an agreement to keep her on board and train her, I suppose for the right price I'd be willing to let her join your crew.
Captain,
So-
I don't think you understand how creepy that fucking sounded.
So what you're saying is that your decisions really aren't final.
When it comes to certain things, they're peculiar one in random clothing. Yes, my decisions are final. But as you will learn quickly, we are like employers. The people that follow us are more like employees, if you will. And while I value all of my people and will vouch for them and defend them, I also am a businessman and I need to run a very operational business.
Very sensible of you, sir.
Captain.
Tell you what. Yes, Andrastia?
While you partake in these negotiations, I think I'm going to take my leave of this. She looks around the tent. Abode.
Certainly,
Would you mind
are
if I
excused.
followed?
Not at all. Now then,
If your leaving is to let my crew work. If you want to help them, I cannot, but let them work. We're trying to leave.
Your crew is of no matter to me.
now, be
Simply gives
polite.
him a
You are
mock
guests.
bow before leaving the tent.
Those two are a bit new, so you'll forgive their rudeness. Now, as to what we were discussing, give me your price and the name of the girl. I would like to speak to her, see if she's worth what you will ask, but if she is, then I'll pay it. After
Her
I have a look
name
at my books, of course.
is Rose Blackwood, and I would settle for 2,000 gold, and I would give you her contract that you can take care of.
All right. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to speak to her to ensure she's worth the expense.
Last I knew, she left and went with Dante to deal with an issue that I'm hoping that they bring back soon.
Marvelous. Shall I ask around your account for her then?
Be my guest.
Thank you. You've been a most gracious host. I shall take my leave.
He stands up and holds his hand out. The pleasure is mine, Baleric Graves. I hope we can be good partners until my retirement.
Indeed. I hope much the same. I extend his hand to my hand to shake his,
He grabs your hand.
and with that, I leave the tent.
He holds the grip and tightens it, and he looks at you. Understand, Baleric. If you cause trouble, I will strike you and your people down without a second thought. Am I clear?
From the dread Captain Roberts, I'd expect nothing less.
Enjoy yourselves, and my crew will welcome you graciously.
Much appreciated.
I'll just walk past him. I'm not gonna give him a handshake.
Okay. So you guys go outside?
So what do you think, Captain?
He is dipping for a minute, he said.
Oh,
I think I need a moment to think.
fair enough. Ooh, we're right next to... Do I hear the hammering from Michael's tent?
You do. It is very loud.
I would be surprised if anyone doesn't hear it, considering he's doing it in tune with the any sea shanty he can hear.
Sounds like Verkon's busy.
I'm just gonna peek inside to see what he's working on.
You see Verkon by himself, hammering away, making armor.
Interesting.
Verkon, you
don't-
see a very peculiar man pop his head into your tent.
Hello. Hope you
Oh,
don't
you
mind
don't
me
know you-
asking.
What do you want?
What is that? And I'll point to the armor.
I'm
Like
trying
it's-
something new.
Mm,
It'll be done later. True now. As he
okay.
turns back around and starts hammering.
Odd. And I'll step away from the tent.
Okay. Lonnie, what are you doing?
I'm currently just walking around with Ace, looking at everybody.
You just see a
Hand
lot of
already on the-
various people.
Hand on the hilt of the handle of my sword. Not looking too pleased with anything. I'd like it if we could wrap up here and leave and go back to the boat. I've got things I need to do.
Ugh,
Wow.
you're not the only one.
I don't expect we'll be here much longer.
When the fuck did you get here,
The
Captain?
hell did you come from?
Yeah, I do that from time to time.
Geograms.
Well,
I
you've
did
got to
not-
stop, otherwise you're gonna end up with a sword through you one of these days.
It's
Wouldn't
fine.
be
It
the
won't be the
first
first
time.
time.
Captain, I did not appreciate you talking to about a person like they were property.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get into someone's good graces, it helps to mirror their behavior. It was
his
unnecessary.
behavior was appalling.
Well, he's not a very good person.
And you know this from personal experience?
More like second-hand experience, but that's beside the point. It was a necessary means to an end. Hopefully, there won't be many more of those, but I can't say for certain.
Captain, as a person, talking from experience of being a pirate for about 2 years, we will have many more experiences like that.
Well, I suppose it can't be helped. But in the meantime, let's try our best to blend in and just be amicable. Amicable is good.
Us blend in with them.
I know it's a task, but I believe in you. I know you can do it. You just got to reach deep down and pull out the not especially great part of yourself that everyone is born with, and
The only thing I'll be reaching
use
down
that.
and pulling out from somewhere is his innards through his mouth, and you know exactly who I'm talking about.
This is just looking at him like he's dumb.
Out of character, I don't know who you're talking about, actually.
The person. Okay, so out of character, it's the person who caused her grief. You know the
Right,
guy
yes,
who-
from your back. Good, thank you.
Yes.
Well, you've made your feelings on that matter very clear.
So I'd
No,
like if we could wrap this up so I can. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I find him. I know I'm
Of
gonna kill him,
course.
but after that, I don't know.
Well, we won't be here much longer. I just need to find this Rose Blackwood and speak to her, and then we can return to the ship. I'll look over the books, and then we'll go from there.
Well, I hope she's fun. Most of you are boring. Except you. You're just angry. No offense.
You
To be
haven't
fair-
gotten to see my fun side.
To be
I
fair,
look forward to seeing it one day.
you are also a little boring.
Get me drunk and you'll find out.
Where are you coming from?
Is that going to end with my ship being on fire? Because that sounds like a thing that ship being on fire.
No.
Okay.
Why would I destroy the only means of getting to where I need to go to kill who I need to kill?
People do strange things when they're drunk.
Because
It's hard
arson?
to predict.
I mean, while arson is fun, destroying a ship and then purchasing a new one can be a bit of a trouble.
Well, I'm not going to set a ship on fire, but I am a fire gensai. Pyromania comes with the territory.
If anyone's gonna set the ship on fire, we gotta look at her. Not me. Her. I know my mother was a tiefling, but damn!
We're just a festival of conviviality.
Let's...
That was a big
Shall we
word.
go... while they're walking around, I presume they pass by the tent that Rose is in at some point, and...
Yes.
Jay, you got a DM ruling for my question yet?
Let me look at it. Continue, guys. I'll look at it.
So we must... And I'm probably gonna say this was in earshot of said abode. So this Rose Blackwood, you say?
Yep, that's who we're looking for. I suppose we could just ask around, or I could,
Well,
Or you could come into this tent where I'm sitting and can hear you.
What a remarkable coincidence.
Okay. Me and my big mouth? Sure.
Wow.
Jake, at this time, could I please look like my token?
Yeah. You think you look like your token.
You think you look like
You think you look like you token.
And with
I'm gonna
that
move-
response, she lunges into the tent excitedly.
You all see this red-headed woman. That looks like a tiefling. She looks white, like pale, but you can see part of her hand looks a bit greenish still, like it's trying to recede and fade.
That doesn't look healthy.
Oh, ignore that.
You need to eat some
still
oranges.
working out- No, I'm just working out the kinks.
Kinks of what?
So,
What are you?
That's a story. For a later date, I have a feeling... why were you looking for me?
So you are indeed Rose Black. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. He makes
Yes.
a bow.
That is a good question indeed. Why are you looking for my wife? The Syvyan enters in from behind them with the pack.
Oh,
My clothes.
your
Take the
wife.
pack.
That's new
I-
information.
I'm going to draw the
Information
curtain.
that was probably needed.
Mm-hmm.
Information that he didn't give.
I'm going to draw the curtain and start getting dressed. I can still hear you, so you'll just have to talk a little louder.
I'd prefer to keep this discussion as hushed as possible. Your husband is free to stay, as I'm guessing this will also concern him by proxy. Is this quite a safe place to converse away from prying ears?
If you want to do that, then you'll need to wait a moment.
Very well. I'm happy to wait. Although,
Who are you? I know you said your name was Captain Baleric Graves, but who are you?
I'm exactly what I said. Captain Baleric Graves.
Captain of what?
Of
What's
the
the name of your
Devil
ship?
Ray.
The Devil Ray?
Yes.
And what does the Devil Ray do?
Oh, well. We are in the business of the repatriation of wealth from those who have more of it than they need.
You're a pirate.
Yes.
Very much so.
Can you just dispense with the
You spend too much time
Neanderthal
on fancy
theatric?
words.
It comes of my upbringing.
Well,
I pull back the curtain, revealing myself.
depending on
dressed.
what you have to say, well, that may prove to be very interesting for all of us then.
Yes. I have quite a bit to say, but I would prefer to say it in a place where we will not be overheard.
Agreed. Now then, follow me.
Very well.
Ace looks at Rose and leans towards Syvyan. You're a lucky bastard.
By the way, if either of you know that there are any of your crewmates free, I believe some of my companions would prefer to return to the ship. If that is their wish, still.
You think I'm gonna leave you on an island with all of them?
Well, the only one you don't really need to worry about is Verkon. He's fun.
I've seen much worse islands, believe me.
I don't trust them.
I'm going to look at him, and I'm going to look straight into his eyes, and I'm going to go, I can guarantee that any single island that you've seen that is horrifying, I can up it.
Oh,
Really?
yes,
With one island.
I know what you're talking about, dear. And as for you, little one, thank you very much. At least in one respect, I did get lucky.
Well, if you know a place where we can converse in private.
Aye. The trees.
Keep paying me compliments, and you might get lucky again.
Mind you, don't have to worry about me. I already have someone on an island.
Syvyan just shrugs and walks outside.
Andrastia is just gonna grip the handle of her sword a bit tighter at the mention of loved ones and things like that, and she's just gonna flip the tent open and just walk out.
All right. Well,
Rather stoic, that one.
Things happened.
yeah.
Not a
She's-
very good mindset currently.
She's been through some stuff.
I can
We
tell.
give her space.
I'm going to step astride to the pained one.
Syvyan will lead
Whatever
him.
it is you went through,
Good.
it does get better. No matter how long it takes to get revenge.
Oh, I plan on getting my revenge, alright.
Oh, shoot!
Hmm? Forget
I had a
something?
question I was going to ask that old woman, and I never asked it. Oh, I'm a bloody fool. Gonna have to go and find her again.
Well, write it down so you won't forget it the next time.
It's a rather important question. She knew. Rose stops herself and looks to Syvyan. Oh, I don't think I told you that story.
There's many things that we haven't told each other yet, dear.
True. You don't even know my middle name.
You don't even know how many kids I have. It's okay.
Puzzled
Given the
face?
It's okay. I don't know either.
Your society is
puzzled
very
face.
strange.
And I thought I was weird.
Syvyan leads them up, following along the beach line and rounding around till they're on the other side of the trees, away from visual line of the camp. All right, we'll start with you. What do you want with Rose?
Well, I won't mince words. Your captain has offered to sell her to me for 2,000 gold. By the way, he is even more terrible in person.
Excellent. Anything else?
I'm gonna extra kill him.
Wait, not yet. I need him to live a little bit longer.
Scumbag.
Oh, I need him to live just a little bit longer too, but only just a little. So go on, please.
Alright. So it's like this. Your captain has information that is of value. I need to get it from him before you kill him.
Oh, us too. What do you need?
He has papers that I believe will prove his connection to a certain noble family that I have interest in.
What's the name of this noble family?
Hang on a second. Notes. Yes. The Callery family.
How do you spell that?
Callory.
Calorie. Isn't that what the gnomes referred to as energy that you eat?
Not that calorie.
No.
I asked the same thing.
May I roll a history check to see if I recognize this name as someone who may have hired my family?
Go for it.
Nope.
You don't know shit.
You think it's the same thing that Syvyan thinks. That it is
Lovely.
Gonna make him choke on his noodles.
I'm not surprised you don't recognize the name. The Calories are powerful, but they also, up until recently, have taken great lengths to maintain a relatively low profile. The
Well,
patriarch of the family was very clever.
unfortunately for my end, I know very little about just about anything here on the surface, so...
Don't worry, we can change that easily, my love. I was wondering if I would know the name given my family's history.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what's your problem with your captain?
He's our
There's a
captain.
bloody list.
Ah, it's one of those, eh?
Your
Well-
type, you say, yes?
I'm always up for a good story.
What is your end game?
Do you mean short?
Yes, let's go.
I have a lot of...
Sure.
You're going to have to be more specific. Oh, well, in the short term, like I said, I need the information that Roberts has, and I have personal interest in seeing that after I get that information, he doesn't live for very long.
All right.
Oh, believe me, I'll be taking care of that.
Now,
As far
why?
as my go on.
All right. So you have a personal vendetta against Roberts. Congratulations, join the club.
Join the club.
That brings us all a little bit closer and makes me feel a little bit.
We have
more...
t-shirts.
Yeah. It makes me feel a little bit more warmed up to you, as it were.
I'll take one in a medium.
However, what I am still confused about is why you went on to bargain for crew.
Well, they say that one man's trash is another man's treasure. And
I'm
it
sorry.
seems...
Hold on. Back up there a bit.
Hmm?
One man's trash.
Yeah.
Please
Some
with your
people
friend.
don't recognize the value of what they have. And have no...
Under what context has Roberts said that I am trash?
I'm sorry.
He gave...
Rose, dear, at
Go
what
on.
context has he ever shown otherwise to either of us?
Syvyan, hush. The man is talking.
Well, I was trying to get some more information about Roberts and how he's relating to his crew and the Greater Pirate Guild, and he mentioned that he once thought you fit for leadership and now thinks you're a miserable failure. I suspect that the man's perspective on the matter is a bit unreliable.
Okay. So aside from...
Rose's eye is twitching at this point.
Man looked like a
You
liar.
strike me as quite a competent individual. So if Robert isn't going to nurture your talents, my crew will be happy to welcome.
He promised. When I first joined his crew, he promised me that I would finally get to live my girlhood dreams and learn to be a pirate and eventually captain my own ship. He promised, and then he never taught me a damn thing.
He promised a lot of things. Now,
He's an oath breaker.
Captain Graves, was it?
Yes.
I
Let's make
sense
a
a
deal,
mutiny
shall we?
afoot.
Go on.
How many are upon your crew in your ship?
In total,
Yes.
DM, what's the total size of the crew?
Let me look real quick, because I wrote that down.
Andrastia is just going to look at them. I sense a mutiny afoot, and I'd be glad to join in.
That's the other thing.
Oh.
Considering that this Roberts fellow doesn't quite live up to his reputation, except in all of the worst ways possible, I was trying to take the temperature and see if there might be anyone around here to replace him. He said
I
he
can
had a
name 3
successor,
off the top of my head. Well, actually, 4. Myself, Syvyan, Verkon, and Dante. Though I don't know where
Well,
Dante is.
given how quickly he was willing to throw away a member of his crew, I bet there are probably more among you.
Oh, most likely.
Oh, and to answer your question, my crew currently not.
You cut out there, say it again.
I said, to answer your question, my crew currently numbers about 30.
That is unfortunate, but might be able to suffice, at least for the time being.
Suffice for what exactly?
Exactly as your compatriot here says, a mutiny.
Ah, so you are intending to.
I am not an official member of this crew. I am more, as you say, a partner of sorts. And I have sent requests back home that a company of my own soldiers meet me here in an attempt to forcefully take that ship over there that he's prepping.
Your own soldiers.
Yes,
Are
mine.
you high ranking?
I am a commander and an emissary for my kingdom.
Nobility.
Yes.
That's fine, I won't hold it against you.
The queen is my cousin. However,
Oh.
the intention was to take the ship and originally leave Roberts for abandon. However, my intent has changed with recent information and with your arrival.
All right. Let's hear it.
You aid us in scouting for those who wish to join. And aid us in the overall decimation of Robert's crew, his capture and interrogation. In turn, I suggest that you will take report back to the pirate island that during his raid against the Halfling outpost, though successful, had garnered the attention of unwanted forces that led to his ultimate destruction, and you attempted to come to his aid, only to get here just a bit too late.
Okay. I can do that.
Spin the story however you wish, but then give the council this symbol. And Syvyan pulls that double phoenix bird emblem that was drawn onto a piece of paper a while back and hands it to Graves. These are the symbols borne upon the soldiers, both in branding and in attire, that assaulted Captain Roberts. This will turn every member of the Freemasons against this organization, and gain you respect among them for attempting to defend Captain Roberts, and gaining you a seat on their guild, as it were.
Okay. I'm liking what I'm hearing. DM, do I recognize this symbol? Like, have I ever seen it in my life?
Nope.
Interesting.
Additionally,
There is a little more to this.
yes, Medea.
1. Robert's life is mine to take. 2. his hat and his coat, and his symbol of captainhood are also mine.
Oh, that is a good idea. Even better than my own. Because
Hmm.
why kill Roberts and say you came to his aid only slightly too late when you could have rescued him? And you, my
Oh,
dear, as Roberts,
no,
give living favor.
no. This is personal, and I know things about Roberts that you don't, my love.
Mhm.
The coat. I'm sending it back to who it really belongs to, and have him do with it as he wishes.
Are you referring to the previous one?
You don't know the secret of the name?
Oh, but I do. I was
Oh?
aboard that ship before.
You know the secret. You know my uncle!
I do, and he was much more kindly than the one we sail with now.
Yes, I'm sending the coat back to him, but I'm keeping the hat.
All right.
And 3,
Yes.
if we join your crew, we
Mhm.
get better stations than we had on Roberts and better pay.
Okay. What did you have on his ship, if you don't mind me asking?
I was a midshipsman.
Or we can simply make our own stations, my dear, and we take control of the other ship, and we work in tandem as partners.
That's also a possibility, but you're not
As a
captaining.
matter of
No, I
fact,
don't want to.
I was about to suggest that very thing. As I said, I am happy to welcome you into my crew. You both seem like you have a certain je ne sais quoi.
Oh,
Also,
here he goes with
I'm
the
not.
fancy words again.
Also, I'm
But
not leaving without Verkon.
Oh no, we have to have him.
who's Verkon?
Have you heard
He's
the Halfling?
That's Verkon.
Ah,
Oh yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, he's coming.
He was
He's
working on
very-
something.
He's good with his tools, and if you used him more appropriately than Roberts has, he could probably outfit your crew rather nicely.
marvelous.
He's
Well, as I said, I am happy to have you as members of my. But I would also like to propose an arrangement if you find it more agreeable to you.
go on.
As you ask, I and my crew will aid you in this mutiny and help you prevent any reprisals. And you are free to keep Roberts' ship and his crew and do with them as you please. In return, I ask only for his personal effects, minus the hat and coat and symbol that you mentioned, and all of his documents, and some time with the man himself.
Well, about that.
Some of those documents need to go to Syvyan.
You're going to need to tell me precisely what it is you're looking for, because currently I am the only one who has access to those documents.
Well, this is revealing a bit more than I had planned to, but Robert's behavior recently and over the past few years has been unusual for a pirate captain of his station. In recent times, he seems to have had scarce time to do any actual pirating, and from what I can tell, based on second-hand accounts, he has a pattern of leaving certain ships consistently unharmed, ships connected to the Callery family. If I can prove this, and I believe there are documents that he has that will allow me to do so, it will make the next steps of my plan go much smoother.
I have a question for you.
Hmm?
I've recently discovered an interesting bit of information that is a part of my anger and desire for murder. Would you happen to have ever come across a symbol with 2 scythes held by a hand made of blood with a medallion?
Ah, that doesn't sound familiar. DM?
Yeah.
Roll me a history.
Okay.
Do I get to roll one?
Sure. All 4 of you can. Meanwhile, you see a man coming from the tree line, covered in blood, a torn coat, and blood-stained hair, dragging a sword. And he walks past you all.
Dante!
Hi.
So, zombie lizard, eh?
Soup lizard.
It wasn't in the soup.
Did he taste
Did you
good?
drink them?
No!
Who the fuck are you?
Dante, it's me! It's Rose!
Uh,
Hi.
I'm going to bed now.
We'll fill you in the morning.
Who
Sleep
the
well,
fuck
Dante.
are they?
We'll fill you
Yeah.
in the morning.
We'll fill you in later. Let's just say that they're going to be a very good friend.
Oh, Miss Blackwood, I do have a question for you.
Yes?
How do you feel about arson?
Fire?
I'm going to
Fire?
bed now.
Must it always be fire with you? Can't you ever just
I-
lop off a few heads?
I mean, I
I mean,
I'm
recently
a fire
helped Verkon.
gentai. Do you expect anything less?
I recently helped burn down a village. It was a lot of fun. We made a tavern explode.
Ace,
My
you
new
know
friend?
I'm only joking. Your fire is very welcome when setting bodies alight.
It doesn't always have to be fire. Sometimes it can be lightning.
Now comes the difficult part. If we're
Actually,
going
what's
to...
the result of the history checks?
Oh, yes.
I got a 16.
I also got a 16.
It looks familiar. You've seen it on certain assailants on boats that you've attacked, but
Mhm.
you've never recognized it other than seeing it on certain people.
I believe we've come across this symbol a few times. I
few.
don't know who they are.
But to be fair,
Let's-
we didn't stop to ask. We just kind of sliced and diced and then ran away with things.
This is true.
Roberts might. Roberts has connection to them.
No.
The plot thickens.
Now, if only the stew would thicken.
Well, we need to work on thinning instead. The crew members that are loyal to Roberts, if there are a few who would consider joining our side, we must play them very carefully. You and your members are best to avoid these conversations,
Oh no, we wouldn't want to tip your hand too early.
and I
We just got here.
would not be welcomed by many of them.
Well,
Rose,
how's it?
my dear, I believe you and Dante would best be fit to have conversations with the potential of recruiting.
Oh, Verkon as well. He's very good with his words.
It's fair enough. I just don't know how well the rest of the crew actually like him. I know they don't care.
Oh, the
to
crew
ask
likes
for
him rather well.
Oh, he doesn't talk to anyone other than when he needs to hammer something, so I wouldn't know.
He likes me.
I mean, I like him too, but like I said,
And he talks to me a lot.
I don't know how well he gets along with the rest of the crew.
I've seen it. Decently well.
Alright, well then I believe the three of you would be best to communicate with everyone else abroad, and should you come to a circumstance where they are less than agreeable, end them.
Uh,
And
So,
such
Yeah.
conversations be best to be had during a patrol.
so you will take stock of which members of your crew, and when the mutiny begins, simply signal by some manner. We will come to your aid. Although it would help if you and your partisans wore something, I don't know, like a red ribbon or something of that nature, so we'll know who to attack and who not to. We don't know you guys, except for you two. Because we,
The red ribbons might make it a little bit suspect.
Oh, I have
not
just,
necessarily something that obvious, just something so we know we're supposed to be helping.
I have just the thing. Look for seashells. If they're
That'll
wearing
work.
seashells, they are on our side. And Rose,
Wonderful.
if anyone dare ask about said seashells, they've come to me for blessings.
Well, you are the cleric.
Precisely.
What is with? I know we're on a beach, but what is with your obsession in seashell?
Should I tell them?
No, let's not ruin the surprise. I remember
Fair enough.
I remember how entertaining it was with rum. I want to savor it again.
I would assume that
Poke
she
over
sells
there, I
seashells
need
down
some
by the
rum.
seashore.
Speaking of rum, I need a drink.
Oh, all we have here is grog. The rum went down with the ship.
So the
Oh,
rum is
it!
gone. What a shame.
Oh no.
The rum is gone!
Oh no.
not
Oh,
the
it was
rum!
Robert. Well, it's Robert's fault. He was the one driving.
I'll take a trip.
Please and thank you.
Yes, my dear.
It is becoming nightfall.
Well,
You
I'm gonna go and find
accommodate-
Verkon.
Rose,
We
please
will-
accommodate them somewhere unless you have your own preparations.
we can return to our ship and leave you to take account of your allies. Simply signal us when the time comes.
Listen for a thum.
Or my voice.
Like I said, a thum.
Very well then, we have an accord.
Indeed.
Does
we
this
do.
mean we can go back to the boat?
Setting
Yes,
off
we can
is
go back to the
dead.
boat.
Oh,
I shake his hand.
He shakes firmly, lets go, and watches you leave.
Oh, and by the way, Roberts really is a fool. You, miss, strike me as captain material.
Oh, thank you. Well, I was one. Just not of a pirate ship.
No,
I would say paying close attention to my last name might do you well.
give it a few
Indeed.
days, love. That may change.
All right. Yes, Andrastia, we are now going back to the ship.
good. To be honest, I'd rather be on a place I know, surrounded by people who annoy me than people I don't know and can't trust.
So, do all four of you go back?
Yes.
Yep.
I
Okay.
I
You
walk
all
back
hop-
to the ship.
You all hop on the boat and go back to your boat.
I walk beside the boat.
I'm gonna go find Verkon.
How are you doing?
I got a ring.
Cheeky bastard.
What do you think, my dear?
I like them. And I really am going to need to hold in my want for blood.
I am going to need to milk this for the maximum benefit.
Indeed. I'm gonna go find Verkon.
I am going to have a chat with our mysterious friend.
Have fun with that.
Yes. Let's see if he continues to stare at me more.
We will do Rose first as she goes to Verkon's tent. When you open the tent and go in, you see him hammering away, but you see blue lights flickering all around the tent, like dancing lights. But when you look more closely, they look like symbols that change constantly, like numbers and symbols of math equations, just scattered throughout
Making
the tent.
something new.
Yes.
Hi, Verkon.
Good. He looks past. Good evening.
Verkon. It's me. It's Rose.
Fancy trick. I'll just ask you about it later.
She sits down. Oh, it's good to be finally back. I mean, no offense, but it's good to be back at my full height. Not to mention, I'm going to need to go soaring at some point. I have missed these wings. And my tail. And my horns. Though it's been interesting to sleep without them. Not as many pillows ripping.
Speaking of things,
Verkon.
I forgot. I had something. Yeah, it's just around. I throw something back.
Catches it.
It was the captain's ring. He forgot to take it back. I now have a cloak. Much better.
Thank you for the ring, then. She pockets it.
Yeah, he kind of forgot to grab it again.
Dear bad. Verkon.
Mm-hmm.
One, the Azara's a zombie. Though I think Dante killed him. Came back covered in blood.
Again.
I'm
Two,
surprised he made it this long.
we found a hut on chicken legs, and there was an old lady inside.
Now that sounds like an entertaining evening. Damn, I should have
Well,
gone.
I do have something that I want you to keep a secret. The old woman offered me a deal. She answers 3 questions. Any questions of my desire. And she turns me back into whatever I want, essentially. And she gives me power. All in exchange for 3 relics.
As she's talking, Verkon's timing his hammer strikes to be a little bit louder, but not loud enough that he can't hear.
I took the deal. And, well, she gave me a potion that turned me into a changeling.
Oh, well, a certain person's gonna have fun tormenting you with that one.
Oh, but I'm gonna have fun tormenting a certain person with it.
Person or people?
Yes. The 3 questions I asked. One I forgot and should have traded it for, but I'll need to find her again or find a way to contact her and find out the information she had. The question I forgot to ask was, where is the Illithid? She knows the location of Hebe's murderer.
He knows the
But-
location of someone who needs a hammer to the face and a boot up the ass.
Indeed. And I also found out something else about Roberts.
They don't know how to captain or shit.
He poisoned and tricked my father. He tricked him into giving him a scroll of true resurrection that he was going to use on me, and tricked him into using the reincarnation scroll.
Sounds like a certain someone owes you. Oh damn, those things are hard to make. I need my book.
He then gave the true rise scroll to another, a man in a cloak with a strange symbol, tooth size, held by a hand made of blood with a medallion. There was also a map, and he told them that they can find him there. Those
Anything else
newcomers.
from that?
Well, those newcomers. Apparently, Roberts is selling me to them for 2,000 gold.
Wait. Would one of them be dressed weird?
Yes.
I don't know. He was dressed weird. He popped his head in here. I'd tell him to
Yes.
shoot.
They have plans. The captain of that ship, Baleric Graves. Apparently, Roberts has information that he requires and is planning to take it by force. Essentially, my friend, the mutiny is on. We're going to take down Roberts. We're going to tie him up and torture him for the information we desire, and then I'm going to kill him. I'm done with all this. With all the wrongs that he has done to me, to you, to Syvyan. How many friends he's driven off. I miss having Rum around. But
I miss throwing rum up a tunnel and having a spider attack.
it was fun. But there's a plan in place. Whenever we can, we need to talk to some of the others, some of the other sailors, and gauge their feelings on Roberts. And perhaps persuade them to mutiny. Or to give them seashells to show that they are friend.
There's a very, very good question, though.
Hmm?
How many people actually know how much he's tried to pull on others and how easily he could just pull it on them?
That is the question, and I guess we're going to be finding it out. Like I said, persuading them to our side might actually be easier than some might think with all that Roberts has done.
Well, then, if uh, obviously he has not stopped hammering so that the sounds keep going. Well, if you want the best way to do that, we should pose this as trying to potentially scout out and find people who might be thinking of mutiny, not looking to start the mutiny. If they see that you're trying to start a mutiny, it'll crumble faster than, I don't know,
Oh,
the ship when we got told to sail this way by a captain who decided to say sail that way before checking the map to know it's dangerous.
yes, very true. What would you suggest? How would you suggest going about this?
How'd you try to figure out if someone was planning a mutiny on you?
Ask the right questions.
Well, there you go.
Then comes the question of what are the right questions?
You could
Verkon,
also just, you know, let the murmurs of discontent and anything that has been happening, things that even the other pirates here would dislike if it was done to them. Let the murmurs go around the camp. Rumors spread their own fires.
true. Very true. This
I can make it easy for you.
Oh?
Want to go invisible and whisper in people's ears?
Yes.
He pokes Rose in the arm and casts invisibility.
Oh, and Verkon,
Yes?
Baleric has posed the idea of us taking the ship for ourselves and the possibility of me captaining it.
Well, if you want,
If
go
I
for it.
do. I know, but I wanted to ask you. If I were to do this, would you be my first mate?
I mean, it's not like Roberts can hold anything over me. I joined this by free will. And if he tries to hold something over me, well, let's just say that ship won't sail and he won't see it sail.
Very true. Well, I'm gonna go and whisper in people's ears now.
On that note, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back.
We're good.
Syvyan, you go into the water, and you go to the sunken ship. Takes like half hour. And you go into the boat, and you see all of the cargo that has been yet to be required and obtained back onto land. What do you do?
Well, first things first, going straight for the captain's quarters where I had hid everything.
Okay. You open the door. Give me a Arcana check.
As great as ever.
You feel strong magic in the room, but you're not certain where.
I am going to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. As you cast it, and you do the incantation with your hands, you feel the pulse all around you focus to a cabinet that is blacked out, and you see symbols on that you didn't notice before, along with a padlock.
Alright. I'm going to... Let's see here. I don't have any way to magically unlock that. So... I guess I'm going to try and... Well, first of all, I'm going to focus on it. What type of school of magic am I feeling?
Let me look, because I don't think it will tell me. You don't know the divinity, the school. It's very odd to you, but it feels similar to that of enchantments of weapons.
Peculiar. What else are you hiding, Robert? I don't remember if this is in my spellbook or not. Let me check. Excellent. I'm going to burn up the third level for Dispel Magic.
Okay. As you cast it, the symbols fade.
Okay.
And you see the symbols fade, but the etch marks, like they were carved in, still remain.
Continuing to maintain concentration on the Detect Magic, I refocus to see if there's anything else that I can feel.
You feel the gold has a magical feel to it. And that school is divination.
Tracking. I think I know what you're doing, Robert. Either you have tracking upon your own treasures, or someone is following you. I'll take care of that in a moment, because that is not allowed. And I'll proceed to open the cabinet.
How are you opening it?
Right, still padlocked. So grab out a sword and try and pry it open. Wait,
give me a
don't think I have this
dexterity.
key.
Give me a dexterity or strength check.
Strength. 16.
You slam the sword in and it breaks. No, I'm just kidding. You wedge it through and you break the padlock.
All Alright, then I open it and see what's inside.
You see a object wrapped in black cloth, very tight around it. It looks like a pole of some sort. And beside it, you see a capsule that it emits a blue glowing liquid. You also feel at this point something calling from within the weapon. But you also feel at the same time like you're being watched. And as you look around, you don't see anyone, but that feeling with the hair tingle on the back of your neck is still there.
And disturbs me greatly. So, I am going to... Shit, I don't think I actually have that. Wait, no, that's a... I don't believe I have that spell. Let me double check. Negatory, do not have that one. Big rip. Okay, so in that case, still going to maintain the concentration on the detect magic, focusing now on the wrapped item. What am I getting out of that?
The same pulsating, strong feeling of a school you've never noticed. And not one that you've ever felt or even heard of. And the capsule beside it also pulsates the same effect.
Let's hope this is a tool worth using. I pick up the vial and then the cloth ridden object.
Okay.
And then proceed to unwrap it.
As you unwrap it, you see this looks like a handle to a glaive. And you see gray scales all over it that look snake-ish, but they don't resemble any snake that you're aware of. And as you see from the bottom, it looks like a tail, and the scales go up like it's curling around. And at the base where the blade would be, you see a serpent's mouth open, with 4 fangs missing, and 2 ruby gems, for eyes, with the mouth open like a blade belongs there. And under the head, you see 4 capsule slots, as if it would fit the capsule.
Like the vial capsule that I just picked up?
Yes.
Curiously, I insert it.
As you insert it, you hear and gray scales close on the capsule, and a blade emerges from the mouth. And it is a fine blade of silver and has runes in Aquan written all over it. And once you do that, a pulsate happens, and it pushes you back from the weapon, but you still hold on to it. And everyone in the camp feels it. Everyone on the boat feels this pulsate. And Syvyan, in your mind, you hear, "Good. You are chosen. I will keep my eye on you, Veorskegg."
And who might you be to choose me?
One worthy, like your ancestor 300 years ago. In time, you will see me.
I shall not question your method, but accept humbly this gift provided.
Attuned to my weapon, Veorskegg, like your grandfather before. And we will be powerful together.
kingdom, my queen, and my sister. Oh, I shall. The drinks will have to wait. I'll spend the next hour underwater, attuning to the glaive.
Okay.
After said hour, I'll then begin to scour through, nitpicking at some documents. Specifically the
Okay.
ones, any that I can find that would have the markings of the twin scythe that Rose had mentioned, as well as any that may bear the mark or name for Calorie.
Give me an investigation check. As you're looking through the water, some of them could be destroyed.
Crap. Yes, what I thought.
All that you find, the ink has bled and smeared or has been completely destroyed. None of the documents in the water are readable.
For those that have not been completely destroyed, only the ink fading, I'm going to tuck them away, and with the thought that hopefully Verkon has some crazy trick up his sleeve to fix it.
Okay. Anything else?
I can't bring the weapon up to the surface just yet. I need to find a way to keep it hidden. Being, though I do not wish to leave you down here in the depths, away from my hand. I feel that I must, at least for the time being, unless you have something that you can do to make this weapon hidden.
The voice comes back, bellowing through the water. I cannot. But for the first time, if you're near the ocean and you call upon it, it will come. After that, if you forget it, you will not be worthy after that.
Then, until the time to kill is ready, you will remain here until my call. And I stuff it back in the cabinet, closing the door. Proceed to grab a cask of ale and swim. Ooh, no, not just yet. I almost forgot.
Rum, not ale. Rum.
Sorry. I go back towards the gold
Booze.
and cast Dispel upon the gold.
I need a wisdom check to see if you can dispel it.
Neat. 22.
Okay. It is dispelled as far as you're aware.
Cool. Then I will grab a fistful plus a cask and then leave.
Okay.
So, how much would a fistful be?
Like 25.
Neat.
The four of you, as you're traveling back from the island to your boat, do you have anything?
I am pondering what has happened.
I look like I'm about to pass out.
I think it's best that we get Ace here to sleep before
Yeah.
we speak of anything further.
We should also try to get our crew up to speed once we've slept.
Agreed.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later. Morrigan must be wondering what we're up to.
I'd say first thing bright and early in the morning. And I think we will have to gather some shells if any of our crew is to go onto the island.
That's not a problem. I can take care of that.
Because last we need is our crew going on there without the shell and then being killed in the crossfire.
Fair point.
No
I'll
friendly
take
fire.
I'll take a bag and go down and get some after I speak to Morgan. Free to do as you will. Come.
You keep breaking up.
That's weird. It might be my mic. I said that I'll take care of the shells after I speak to the rest of you. Are free to do as you and get some. What?
He will take care of some shells, get the shells after he speaks with the crew. The rest of you are free to do as you will.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understood. I was just
I'm sorry, you were breaking up, and I
Like
figured
every
to
other word.
fill
It was
it up.
bad.
That's annoying. Hang on.
Try reconnecting. Meanwhile, Rose, what are you doing?
Where are the ones sitting around the fire? The sleepy ones.
There's like 4 of them. They're just kind of chilling at this point.
I want to stealth.
Okay, roll a stealth.
Let's see if I'm good at this. Hopefully I am. Do I give advantage since I'm invisible?
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. As you walk, you tread lightly on your tiptoes through the sand, so none of the crunching appears.
I'm going to slip behind one of them. And very quietly whisper in his ear, just enough for him to hear. Every time you use your own money to bet, he just takes it all. You never really get to keep any of it. But it was your money.
Roll me a deception. Yeah, it's my money. Yeah, my money.
And I need it now.
My money.
I'm then going to sneak up behind another one.
Okay.
Every plan that the captain has had, all it's done is lead us into more trouble than was worth. Almost getting us killed. And any time anyone else has a safer plan, he never lets us do it.
Roll me another one.
Is that truly deception, though?
Roll me a deception. He just sways, listening to the words. He doesn't say much. Just his eyes look on the fire.
I go behind
Kinda
another one.
bobbing his head, staying awake.
I go behind another one. Let's see here, which one do you use?
Roll me a stealth check for this one.
Oh boy.
Okay. What do you say?
Last time we did anything as pirates was this town. That's it. We haven't actually been acting like pirates for a while now. We keep on going past merchant ships.
Roll me a deception.
Noise.
This one, he's been awake. And he looks over in the general direction of your voice and he says, "Listen. I don't know who you are, invisible person. You're not the quietest one. But we were pirating just fine. In fact, before this, when a bunch of idiots went to an island and killed a drow, we raided a ship while they were on the island. And we raided another one when we met our fearless new first mate, Dante. We're doing just fine, thanks.
Silently to herself in her own head, as a matter of fact. I'm not saying this aloud. Well, he's not going to be one to convince. And I shall move away quietly.
Okay. Roll me that stealth check.
Please be better.
Nope.
The guy that talked to you, he's watching as the footprints in the sand lead off.
Are there any other places where people are just kind of sitting around and quiet?
Give me a perception check. A lot of people are sleeping. However, you do hear a lot of movement coming from an area over here near the medical tent.
I'm going to go over there.
When you go inside, you see Dante packing up some stuff. And
I'm
he
a
puts
poke him
it
in the
into a
side.
crate. What's your AC?
I'm 15. But he has got disadvantage to hit. I'm
He
invisible.
does have disadvantage to hit.
But this
Please
is Dante
take
we're
3
talking
points of bludgeoning damage as you get clocked square in the face out of a reaction.
Ow! And verbally, ow! Dante!
He looks around. Shit. More ghosts as he draws his weapon.
Not a ghost. Verkon made me invisible.
He can do that?
I know, right? Where are you going?
Artificers can do that?
Yes, they have magic. Now, what are you doing? Why are you packing up?
I'm putting stuff on the boat.
Oh. I was worried you were leaving.
Not yet.
You're planning to leave?
Maybe. Don't know.
By the way, what happened with the old woman?
You mean the child killer? I don't know what happened.
Wait, child killer?
She eats children.
Oh no.
I found a closet full of them hung up like meat.
And all of a sudden, things she said started to make sense.
The hand in the stew.
The hand in the stew.
I really should not have taken a bite of that soup.
I'm going to ignore that because we're friends. But if it was like the fish, I'd smite you out of spite.
Would you at least... How long are you planning on staying?
I don't know yet. I got shunted out of her fucking house. I need to figure out how to banish her.
Would you at least be willing to stay long enough to help?
Help with what? I'm already helping.
No. You're helping with the wrong thing.
Should I be sleeping?
No.
What?
Dante, how much love do you have for the captain?
I don't have love for a lot of people at the moment.
With how much wrong he has done, would you be willing to help us go against him?
He puts the crate down. How many people have you convinced to do this mutiny?
I haven't really convinced anyone yet.
How many people do we need to run a boat?
I don't know. It seems that that Captain Graves fellow is running his ship with 30.
Well, his boat is a lot smaller than that boat.
Make that skill check.
He hasn't told me to yet.
Go ahead.
Since when did we...
And water vehicles with what?
Intelligence.
Intelligence.
You have like a ballpark figure, 40 to 50.
We would need around 40 to 50 people.
And how many have you talked to?
Not many yet.
Okay. Who's all going to be a part of this mutiny?
So far, Verkon, Syvyan, myself, Baleric and his crew.
Okay, how many people are going to be on our boat?
If you stay, you, Syvyan, Verkon and myself so far haven't, like I said, I haven't convinced anyone that we've only just started this mess.
Okay. Well, here's the problem. A lot of people think you lost your spine. A lot of people don't like your husband.
Then what do you suggest we do?
If you don't like being with Roberts, which I get, just go on their boat.
Thing is, Dante, it's not that. It's more than that. Dante, I want to kill him.
Get
He's
him
the one that got
on.
me killed. You don't understand. He got me killed. I died. And it was his fault. And when I came back as a revenant, my father had gotten a true resurrection scroll. And the captain tricked him out of it, which is how I ended up a bloody halfling. And then he gave it to some people. A symbol. I wonder if you would know it. 2 sides, held by a hand made of blood with a medallion.
Let me give him an intelligence check. Is he proficient? I don't think so. No, and his intelligence is base. Okay. Sounds like a assassin group? It's edgy.
Apparently they were looking for someone who needed that true resurrection scroll for it.
Where?
He showed them a map. An island.
Did the island look familiar?
Did it?
Give me a intelligence check. It looked like Dino Island.
It was... Yes. And I think I know who they were trying to resurrect.
Well, there you go. Look, if I go, I'm leaving on the next port city. I have my own stuff, and if I do stick around, I probably wouldn't get along with the new guy either. And as much as me and the fish don't get along, I feel bad for the guy, I do. He's got shit on left and right, but it's not my place. He needs to get his life together, and me belittling him is not going to help. And I need to figure out how to go to hell.
Is that where your mother is?
Maybe.
I hope you're able to find her.
Me too. I'd go to Bostonmere, but I'm still wanted. So, can't go home. Although if you hit up Bostonmere, you probably would get more people than the people here committed to that idiot.
True. I mean, depends on how far Bossamir is from here.
4 days, unless you take the detour to the town outside of here.
Might be an idea.
It's an idea.
How would you suggest we sway the crew?
I don't know. I don't even know if I can bring Virgil back, so probably not the best spot to ask.
What do you mean, bring Virgil back?
Lazar killed him.
What? Oh no.
You can ask your husband how I feel about Thunderwave.
I remember that, actually. I remember him telling me about it. I placed my hand gently on Dante's shoulder. I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault.
No, but I know what it's like to lose someone precious, and I like the little guy. Going to miss having him around.
Me too.
Actually, Dante, would you do me a favor?
I'm not sleeping with you.
No! I'm a
Good.
married woman.
A ring covers a finger, not a hole. Remember that.
That's a good way to put it.
I'm a loyal wife.
Okay.
Would you take Pip for me?
Who?
My ferret. Pip.
I forgot you had him. Yeah, I'll take
Would
him.
you? Thank you. I feel like he'd be safer with you.
Debatable, but yeah, I'll take him.
Besides, you got that little pocket of protection.
True.
And if I ever need to find you, I can just scry for him.
True. I don't know how you sway this crew. They follow the one who shows example. Clearly. They followed me headfirst into a battle. I thought that was, fun. Without second chances. And Roberts is their boss that pays him, and they actually get to do stupid shit, and he gets them out of trouble. So have fun. If you can convince them, I'll tag along. If not, I'm going to tag along with him, see how it goes, and if that doesn't work, I'm dipping next port. And I wish that motherfucker would try and stop me.
She gives Dante a little hug. Thank you, Dante.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't be such a grouch.
Yeah, whatever. Get out of here.
I sneak off.
Give me that stealth check. Okay.
Wait, I have advantage. I'm invisible. No, wait. Okay. I'm looking for people to whisper in the ears of.
You can't really find anyone else.
All right,
I'm just
gonna whisper into sleeping people's ears.
Okay. What did you
Make them have
whisper?
dreams.
Subliminal
Okay.
messages.
What are you whispering?
Same thing about the pay.
I'll let you do 2 groups before the spell will run out.
The same one about the pay. Same one about the plans and him getting people killed. I want to twist the punishments that were given to Verkon and Rose. As well as the one where he planned to send a group of 5 people up a mountain alone to go and fight a dragon. And if we hadn't been there, who would he had sent in their stead?
Roll me a deception. Give me 3 of them.
Yup. Nope.
Ow. Nice.
Nope.
No bad.
The sad part is they could still fail in 9.
All right, the spell is ended as you walk out of a tent.
Good question. Who do you look like?
Just random crew member.
Okay. Are you taking your long rest then?
I'm gonna go back, basically duck around another tent, become myself again, and then go into my tent that I share with Syvyan and take my long rest.
Okay.
Claiming this tent.
Michael, you work so hard that you're going to get your long rest, and your armor will be done after the long rest.
I was gonna say, if you want, I can roll a Constitution, and he'll be doing it through the night.
No, I'll give you your long rest for this. Chris, are you doing anything?
Okay.
No, I'll end up coming back with the cask of ale, making a pit stop at Verkon's place.
Okay.
Verkon, hard at work as usual. And nice armor.
Yes.
I imagine it does interesting things like that weapon you had.
Yeah, that weapon is here, and here.
And quib.
I lift up the breastplate, and his head is part of it, just hollowed.
Freaking Transformer. You.
I mean, he got very battered.
If it wasn't for you, Verkon, I'd hate the entirety of gnomes.
Well, then I'd also have a problem because there's one other that you actually respect that you made a deal with, and if you turn your back on that, I'm going to throw you in the ocean with cinder blocks tied around your neck.
You know I can breathe underwater, right?
Not with cinder blocks tied around your neck. I will suffocate you in your own ocean.
Right. Anyway, has Rose stopped by to talk to you at all?
Yes.
Good. Then you're aware?
I'm aware of a lot of things. And also things I hate.
Good.
Also, there's weird people here. I told them to shoo.
Yes.
But don't worry.
We spoke with them. Now then, I have something for you and was wondering if you might have the capability of fixing it. When you have time, of course.
I mean, I can fix lots of things, but there's other things I can't fix. What is it?
Let's find
Put it here.
out. I hand him all the waterlog scrolls.
I try mending.
ODM.
Yeah, post mending for me.
Sure thing. I mean, it doesn't say it can. This is a purely DM call, if it would even work.
I'll think about it while you do the minute duration, so continue.
Well, it'll take a minute to do. I don't know if it'll work. Maybe, maybe not. I've never tried it on something like this.
Well, let me know how it goes. And before I do go, he kind of pats a cask of rum. Would you like some?
He randomly pulls out a tankard from underneath the table. Yes.
Syvyan taps it, pours it. Enjoy. And we'll talk tomorrow on whether or not that actually does work. In the meantime, I think I'll take a few drinks myself before going to bed. Good night, Verkon. Don't tinker too much.
That is an impossibility for people like me. Unless we're stuck on a boat and not able to do what we want.
Not surprised. Enjoy.
Yes.
Then it goes back to personal tent with Rose. Present for you, my dear.
She rolls over sleepily. Hmm?
Sets the cask on the ground.
Excuse me. I have a piece of chocolate in my mouth. She looks at it. I'll have some in the morning. Sleepy. Verkon made me invisible. I was able to set out some rumors.
Oh, interesting. Did the same thing to me back in the frozen north.
Dante will join if majority are with us.
Mm-hmm.
But after that, he may leave.
And that is his choice.
He's got a soft spot for you, though I don't think he'll ever admit it.
No, I don't think he ever will.
And I can tell you got a soft spot for him.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Bad news, though.
Oh?
Leozar killed Virgil.
And it seems I'm not yet done for tonight.
I gave him Pip.
Get some rest, my dear. Seems I need to stop by and talk to Dante before the night's end.
Come to bed soon, or you've got to be tired in the morning.
I'm always tired. I'm not in the sea. I'll go straight to Dante.
He is in his own tent after spending a couple minutes finding him.
Alright. I heard the news, Dante.
That you're legally adopted? Congratulations. What do you want?
Where's Virgil?
Pile of ash.
That bad.
I mean, he was a baby. I don't think a fireball was going to be, a light overkill.
Oh, damn. That, throws away the potential that I might have had. Do you still have anything left of him?
He pulls out a little, dragon's tooth. I got that.
Well, I don't know if it will actually be of any use. This is not exactly something that my people will do, but I will at least attempt something that will be of benefit. I will try to preserve what little of his remains are here, and maybe you might be able to find magic available that will be able to bring him back. Unfortunately, I'm going to assume that it's been some time already. What I can do is not potent enough to bring him back as is. So, I'll use general repose on the tooth.
Okay.
It will provide an extension for a little over a week for the purpose of magical resurrection. I can do so again before its time ends to continue that preservation as needed until we are able to bring him back properly. But
Gotcha.
that will take efforts, as my powers will not be able to do so considering how little of him remains. Maybe Rose's father would be a good connection to look into, since he was able to do something similar for her.
Maybe.
It's worth a try. I won't.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dante. I won't bother you any further. Get some rest.
I'll try.
And Syvyan goes back to bed.
Before you leave the tent, when I broke it in the nightmare,
Yes.
was I that horrifying?
You know my feelings about the captain, do you not?
I know you don't like him.
And how about my resentment for those who have my sister?
I mean, you want them dead.
If you broke that amulet, because of my fear for what comes from it, you would become a top priority.
Gotcha.
What's inside there? I feel it will require immediate attention because of the threat it poses.
Well, you can thank your wife for whoever she talked to bringing the worst out in me.
Oh,
Have a good night.
later then. And Syvyan continues to leave then at that point.
Okay. You going on a long rest?
Woo!
Boom! Long rest, bitches!
Whoop! I
It
gained
is the
back
next
that
morning.
3
We will
HP
start
that
with
Dante punched out of me.
the 4 people on the boat as morning approaches.
I am passed out, like lying just flat face down on the deck.
I am in my quarters, thinking.
Maniacally.
Okay.
I am awake after the proper amount of sleep and presently rapping on his door.
Oh no, my thoughts have been disturbed.
Captain,
Yes?
it is time.
They haven't signaled us yet, so I'm not sure that
It's
it
time
is.
for you to talk to Morgan.
I did that last night.
I thought you were doing that in the morning.
No, I said
You're
I would
gonna-
do it last night before I went to bed. I
You
spoke
said
to her, and then I went to bed.
Did you speak to the rest of the crew?
That's the part I'm going to do today.
Well, either way, it is time. And she just bangs on his door.
You've made your point.
She's not one for pleasantries.
It literally just felt like several year-long relationship there between the two of them.
Even though it hasn't been.
All right. I'll gather them and give them the score.
And make sure to tell them not to step foot onto that beach without a seashell on their jackets.
That shouldn't be too difficult. I can go and pick some up.
I am going to see if Ace is awake. She just pops into Ace's room.
I am not there.
Little shit, where'd you
Ace
go?
is literally face planted, passed out on the deck. She didn't even make it to her room last night.
She's gonna walk up onto the deck. Sees Ace on the floor. face palm ensues. And then just she's gonna nudge her with a foot. Hey. It's morning.
Can it not be?
Sadly, I don't have that capability, otherwise it'd still be night.
Damn it! Slowly
You-
gets up from deck.
You know Ace doesn't like to wake up before the crack of noon.
Well, I would normally leave it be, but today we have things we have to do. I'll let you fireball something. See? That gets them up. You're allowed 2 things to fire today.
But not the enemy captain. We need him alive.
No, yeah, not him. Not him.
Oh, look
Not yet.
here. We have the Fire Watch. I'm not editing that.
Don't keep it.
You just need to do like the Krillin count for TF or Team 4-Star, just the Lonnie laugh and just ding.
Okay, that I will edit.
Yes.
What? No.
And then we'll see throughout the entire campaign how many times we get her to do it.
Yes.
She just can't stop herself.
So, how many people do I get to barbecue?
2 today, but not the captain.
Understandable.
Or anyone
Wait,
who's
why
on our
only
side.
2?
That's also important.
Also, anybody who's wearing a seashell, leave them alone.
Well, obviously, I was there for that conversation.
Yeah, but you and your sleepiness, sometimes you don't retain things. Do you remember 3 ports ago?
I couldn't remember what your name was for a frickin' week.
Exactly my point.
I couldn't remember none of your names for a whole week after beating you.
Exactly my point.
This is not new information.
No, which is why I repeat information.
I mean, memory's a tricky thing.
I
Just
appreciate
used
you
my
repeating.
name for a while.
I appreciate you repeating things, but I don't think it's going to help.
It helps that one.
Anyway, so I find Morrigan and ask her to gather the crew for the explanation.
She nods, and then it takes about 10 minutes, and all hands are on deck as they look up at you, all 30.
All right. This meeting will be short and sweet. We have found some allies, and we're going to help them out in exchange for some valuable information that they can give us. We are going to help them overthrow their captain. I know it sounds like quite an undertaking, but believe me, this guy has it coming. So, here's how it's going to go down. Once they signal us, we will advance to the beach. The ones wearing seashells are on our side. They are not to be harmed. Anyone else? Yeah, you know how it goes. As for the captain, we must take him alive. Are there any questions?
A halfling sticks his hand up.
You there.
Captain? I got one
Yes.
question.
And that is?
Why?
Okay. Fair. Well, there are a lot of complex behind the scenes reasons. But the biggest one that will be most relevant to you is that removing this Captain Roberts from play will make our activities a lot easier.
You hear murmurs as you mention the name Roberts.
Whoops.
The halfling raises his hand again. Why him? Sir, I would like to keep my head on my short body.
I know that some of you may be uneasy about this, but I went to the beach. I spoke to the man. He is not nearly as fearsome as the stories make him out to be. And if he ever was, he's since lost his edge. But he is, at least I believe he is, working with and or protecting the ships that we have been so intent on raiding. Once he is out of the picture, they will be all the easier prey.
Roll me a persuasion.
Okay.
A few of them glare at you. The halfling crosses his arm. I ain't doing it. Nope. I like my life and the unknown children that I had from 3 ports ago that I probably left. No, thank you.
Look, if you're afraid of Roberts, leave Roberts to us and fight the people that are weaklings. You know, like you.
Oh, burn.
Roll
It was my
intimidation.
job.
Roll intimidation.
Yeah. I'm not even
Wait,
good at that.
hang on. Are you standing next to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I will. Hang on. Is this a touch spell? Yeah, it is. I will subtle spell enhance ability to give you advantage on your intimidation.
A+.
I'll allow it.
Nice.
I gotta roll for him. Give me a second. I ain't weak. I'm just small boned. Yeah,
That's what
tall
weak
bastard.
people say.
Let's see how easy those small bones can break.
Okay.
Ace, you pass out quicker than the rest of us. You shut up over there.
I can still burn you to a crisp in a second.
Ace, that's quite enough.
Oh yeah, well, pineapple.
Leave my lover out of this.
What?
You know,
I'm not even gonna get into any of that.
Yeah, that's
I'll
what I
explain
thought.
later, Chris. I'll explain
I ain't
later.
doing it.
Oh no.
If you are unwilling to comply with your captain's orders, you can always resign.
Join Roberts.
and have him steal
Oh, no,
from you,
we're
treat you
employers.
like crap.
Of course, you know what happens if you resign.
Yeah, but I don't think everyone here wants to fight Roberts. And they all kind of like nod a little bit like, yeah.
No one is fighting Roberts but us.
Okay. A drow steps forward. Understand, we're not a part of a guild. We go after him without viable cause. The guild comes down on us.
That matter is already taken into account and will be handled accordingly.
Then elaborate.
Oh, well, simple. Roberts is going to conveniently disappear in a raid. And we are going to carry news of his unfortunate passing back to the guild. And they're gonna, and Robert's former crew will give us an endorsement, and they'll welcome us in.
They kind of raise an eyebrow at you. Well, you're the captain, and you pay the bills, so if it blows up in our face, at least they'll kill you first, I guess.
Wouldn't be the first time that someone has tried to kill me, that is, not the other thing. Well, if there are no further questions or objections, as you were.
Plus, I hear there's quite a bit of gold.
They all, like, go and grab weapons and start strapping on armor. Take a while.
Andrastia is gonna pull Graves aside.
Yes.
Well, I'm all for the mutiny. I think you might want to take a closer look at your crew. Some of them aren't quite as loyal as you would like them to be.
I have no cause to question their loyalty as of yet, but it seems their trust could use some shoring up.
Loyalty and trust go hand in hand in matters like these, do they not?
A fair point. But that's what I have Morgan for.
Oops. Excuse me.
So long as Morrigan remains loyal to you.
Morrigan was the first friend I ever made. And she has been with me since the very beginning.
Who's to say how quickly someone can turn against one another?
We share a deep and unspoken connection.
I don't need to know
I have no fear of that.
I don't need to know about your connections with Morgan. I don't care if you slept with her or whatever. But nope. I'm just Your deep connections can stay deeply hidden.
My point is, if there's anyone on this ship we can trust, it's Morgan. And if that's not true, then this whole enterprise was doomed from the beginning, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, all I can say is that once we are done here, I need to gather some more information.
That's fine.
Because I am still upholding you to your promise that you made to me.
And that promise has not been forgotten.
While I help you with your revenge, you are to help me with mine.
This person you're after, do you know where their present whereabouts?
I told you just a week ago. Any information on that, I relay straight back to you because you navigate where we go.
That's true, she would have done that. I'm sorry, out of character, did you ever send me like a thing?
I told you that the last known whereabouts she had was Boston Mere.
Okay.
That was the main reason why you were coming to this continent.
Cool. Thank you. Well, we are nearby. Once this matter is concluded, we can send out some feelers to see if we can dig up anything.
You know, your wording leaves little to be desired. You know, with your deep connections and your feelers and your...
He's
You know what I
laughing
mean.
from the sidelines.
The point is, after this business ends, we're right next to Bossenmere. It's like literally right there. It won't be hard to pop in and look for this guy you're after.
Do make sure that we end up with Rose and her husband.
Well,
Quite like them.
So do I, but that's up to them.
Hey, they like us.
You said he wanted 2,000 gold?
That's what he said.
It's a bit undervalued, isn't it?
It really is, but like...
A narcissist will be a narcissist.
I think she's at least worth 5.
Well, I don't really like putting price
5,000
tags on
gold.
people as a general rule, but if she
Well,
chooses
with the
to
way
join
she
us,
carries herself, I'm surprised she hasn't killed him already and become captain, but whatever.
I'm sure she has had her reasons to bide her time.
My question is, why didn't they get rid of him sooner with a smaller crew?
They might not have had the opportunity or the motivation. Oh, come on. In the chat. Okay.
I can't help but to think that if we find him in Bosnia and I kill him, I will definitely have to stay a pirate.
I mean, you could make it look like an accident. It wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, no. Losing one's head is not an accident.
You'd be surprised. Or he could simply disappear without a trace. No one's going to go looking for him in the middle of the ocean.
True. Especially not if he's in little tiny pieces and gets eaten by the fish.
Speaking of fish, I have to go feed mine.
All right.
Yes. And after that, I'll take care of that seashell business.
Yes, the seashells. And how are we to pin them to our lapels?
I mean, just get some string and... What?
Get some string and what?
You poke a hole, and you loop the string through, and then you tie a knot, and you're done.
I don't think you understand how actually difficult it is to poke a hole through a seashell without it shattering.
Exactly.
Well, if it shatters, I can... Wait, no, that would take too long. Mending is a full minute to cast. That's a lot of time.
Why not just look for shells that have...
You have like a whole
holes
16
through
hours
both ends.
worth. What else are you gonna do with a day?
Oh, fair point.
Find shells with holes that are already through them.
I will prioritize any shells that already have holes.
For those deep connections.
Year.
I am surrounded by children.
You're surrounded by pirates. There is no difference besides maybe the plundering.
You knew this
That's
beforehand.
You did?
You had plenty of warning before we started
Just make
this
sure
campaign.
you keep your deep connections away from the holes in the seashells.
Damn it, woman, I was trying to take a drink!
Anyways, shall we continue, everyone?
Yeah,
Yes,
so
we are
I'm gonna
going to
go. I'm gonna feed my fish. I'm gonna take a swim, gather up some shells, and then we'll spend the rest of the day putting string on the shells, I guess.
Okay. We are going to over to the people on the beach. Give me perceptions. All of you.
Oh, boy.
Neat.
Wait, everyone on the ship as well?
No, on the boat. No, on the boat. So, the three of you. Rose, you hear people talking. Syvyan, you hear people talking. Verkon, you are admiring your handiwork.
There's a dent!
However,
Think.
Syvyan,
Yes.
you see a few people huddled around in a circle looking down.
I don't want any more surprises. Let's make sure this is not a surprise. Goes over to the people. Please tell me we're all playing cards or something.
Duh. They point to a dude with a black arrow sticking out of his back. No. We don't have bows like that, or arrows.
Okay, see, this is why you call me when someone's injured instead of huddling around like you're recording it in personal journals. Go. Find out who shot it and let me take care of him.
That's the thing. It just came from the ocean.
I'm sorry, what?
The arrow shot from the ocean into his backside, and he went, oh, and then died. Just like that.
That song.
Order everyone to form a defensive perimeter against the shoreline immediately. And inform Roberts.
This was like,
This is like what?
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then he runs off. And he's flailing his arms. Robert! There's a dead guy! Robert!
The rest of you.
And at this point, everyone hears this man flailing his arms.
The rest of you fools standing around, set up a defensive line against the sea. Now.
One dude, he pulls out his great axe. You got it. And he runs up and brings the axe down in the water. Piss off, water.
The sand guardian of the sand.
Poseidon cowers before him.
Fuck off!
Verkon
Starts
hearing this.
taking it and bashing the sand into the water.
Verkon hearing someone run screaming is gonna use the action, put on the armor, and jump around and go, "Where's the fight?"
And the first thing he sees is Syvyan standing there, bewildered, holding his hands on the top of his head, saying, "And I thought I could save some of them." Fuck it. Everything dies.
You see a Goliath standing there with an axe, smacking the sand and the water.
Oh no! It's
What's he doing?
It's Adam West all over again.
I'm gonna come out of Syvyan's tent dressed and everything, see this, walk over to my husband. What is going on? Oh my god, there's a body. What's going
More
on?
important, what is he doing?
Rose, Verkon, come with me. Grab Dante. We're going to the tree line.
Why?
Okay.
Why? What? Explain.
On the way.
Oh,
I
he
made this
said.
fancy stew.
Rose,
You
Dante,
see the
Verkon,
Goliath
come.
take the axe and he slams the axe down. A giant crater of sand just poof. He critted on the sand.
Verkon Syvyan is now walking towards the tree line.
I guess I'll go get Dante.
You see Dante walking out of the captain's tent with Roberts.
Or not. I'm gonna walk over. Dante, may I speak with you for a moment?
Roberts puts his hand up. Not now. We're going to investigate a body.
It's rather urgent.
If it's about the body, tell me now.
It's not.
Then go do something productive, please, Miss Blackwood. Like, get the ship ready while we investigate what's going on.
I'm going to give Dante a pointed look.
He
And
kind of just shrugs.
look to the captain. Aye, aye, captain. And walk off.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go over to Syvyan. Dante is with the captain! Unsurprising given the fact that the captain made him first mate. They're investigating the body.
Unfortunate, but Dante can handle himself. What did the captain have to say?
Oh, he was just telling me to go and be useful.
Is that all?
Yes.
Snide.
He wants me to get the ship ready.
Better. Brilliant. That works just fine. We're going to go get the ship
Oh.
ready, dear.
Get shot in the ass.
What about the crew?
What crew?
We kind of need at least 40 to 50 people in order to man that thing.
We'll manage. And Dante can handle himself, that's for sure.
And what happened to the signal and mutiny and I still want to fucking kill Roberts? And we still
Oh.
need information from him.
Oh, I know, but I will not endanger our soon-to-be allies for this fight. Something old
What do you
and
mean?
dangerous is on its way here, and I very much want to kill it, but let's let the crew thin it out for us.
And what do you want to do now?
Get the ship ready. An old enemy of my people is on its way here. I'm fairly certain that, with everything that I've been told by my queen yesterday, that it is indeed them. Now, let the three of us go to the ship, prepare it as best we can with what crew still is on the ship, and see if we can convince Graves to lend us some of his crew for a skeleton crew enough to sail it until I can get my people, or enough to hire to fill it up even further. Once we've at least gotten it away from shore in the regards that Roberts cannot follow us, we'll take a dinghy to shore for those of us who need it, and finish the fight.
And what are we to say that we've been up to?
Oh, it won't matter because they'll all be dead. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it in the slightest. Because if I am right and they are here, it is not going to be pleasant. Now then.
The assumption that I followed when I have said nothing.
I'm gonna look around for Verkon.
He didn't follow.
I'm going to go and get Verkon.
Verkon, what are you doing?
I mean, effectively, it's the fuck. That guy's a dumbass. And literally just gonna start inspecting a corpse.
Go ahead and give me an investigation.
Yick. Poke, poke.
So, it looks like a clean shot through vital organs with one arrow. It doesn't look like a barbaric. What?
Go ahead. No, you're
I thought
fine.
you said okay.
I did,
It
but
doesn't
not
look like a barbaric arrow at all. It looks really polished and clean. And you see runes all over the arrow. And the feather part at the end of the arrow is black of what you believe to be a raven's feather. And it doesn't look wet at all, even though they said it came from the water.
I understand the runes at all.
Can you give me a Arcana check? You recognize the runes to be tied to necromancy.
Oh, that no good. That no good at all.
No good at all.
Dante raises an eyebrow. What?
Runes. Necromancy. Necromancy bad. Things come back to life from necromancy or they die or more. It's also completely dry. That looks like a raven's feather. This egg came from the ocean? We have a lot of problems.
And the minute you say all this, the Goliath goes, necromancy, zombies, ah! And then just decapitates him. And he stands there proud. I have helped.
By any chance, is this barbarian's name Rix?
Nope. And then he goes back to smacking the sand to make a defensive line against the ocean.
Oh, shit. A crossover that could have happened.
Not to question, but I don't think I've actually talked to that one much. What? Looking at Dante and Roberts.
Dante's like, I talked to 5 people. I don't know. You're one of the 5.
Well, looking at Dante
He's
and
new.
Roberts. Oh,
He's new.
no wonder I haven't talked to him.
And from inland.
Roberts leaned down and looks at the arrow. Get everyone ready. We're leaving. What supplies we don't have, we're leaving.
By the way, I can swim in the water.
Congratulations. And I can drink everyone under the table.
I kept up with you.
Bro, why are you so tense all the time?
Who?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
I miss the fish.
The comment. I kept up with you.
Syvyan went to the ship.
I walk back. Verkon, moment, please.
We got problems.
What sort of problems?
The magical kind.
Oh dear. What kind of magic is it this time?
The kind that's making even Robert say GTFO.
Oh goody. Right, understood.
I'm grabbing my
I will
shit.
go. Yeah. I will go tell Syvyan.
Meanwhile, Graves, you are swimming in the ocean, correct?
Yeah, I'm swimming like under the ship, basically.
You don't have dark vision, do you?
Let me see. I have devil sight.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Crap.
Ouch.
You see a blur run across the sand beside you. And when you try and see what it is, the blur is gone.
That's concerning. Well, there's only a few types of things that could do something like that. I'm going to head back to the ship and alert my companions.
Okay. We're going to port back over to the sand people real quick. Everyone is hauling ass to the boat.
Which I will warn Syvyan of. Syvyan, the captain wants to, as Verkon put it, GTFO.
What?
Get the fuck out. Everyone's headed towards the ship.
Huh. Well, so much for keeping the ship.
Yeah.
Rose, dear, do you have the ring still?
The one for water breathing? Yes.
Good. Put it on. You're going to need it.
What are we doing?
Well, you are abandoning ship as soon as we can get within range of Graves. I am breaking this ship.
Are you about to cast Shatter or Thunderwave? Because if you cast Thunderwave, Dante might hurt you.
He'll live.
You know how he feels about that spell.
He'll live. Yeets, Melinda.
Love you too, DM.
Alright. Do as your typical duty. I will contact Graves and tell him that only the three of us will be coming. Unless you can convince Dante otherwise.
Dante will stay with the captain unless it doesn't work out. Then he's leaving at the next port.
Well, you might want to tell him that there won't be an export with this captain. I'm going below decks Try to keep everyone busy and in battle stations, so that way no one notices my absence.
Everyone's heading this way.
Then
They're packing up and going to be heading this way.
Then I best make haste. And he immediately goes down below to the bottom, the belly of the ship.
I should have listened to my mother about marrying fishmen.
Okay.
And I'm going to head back to the beach and stay near Verkon.
When I get down to the bottom, I'm going to cast Sending.
Okay.
And target Graves.
Okay.
I'm going to blow my ship. Prepare to pick up your allies.
Okay. Let me check. Does sending allow me to reply?
Yes, 25 words.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Understood. But what on earth is going on? I saw something in the water.
Unfortunately, I can't reply back. Unless I cast it again, and I'm not wasting another 3rd level spell slot.
I am disturbed by this, but I will... I've made it back to my ship by now, I assume, and I'm about to start talking to people anyway.
Yeah, you do.
All right. So I gather the members of my inner circle and basically tell them, let's prepare to go. Plan has been changed, and we're about to pick up some passengers.
What do you mean?
I saw something in the water, and apparently whatever it is has spooked the rest so much that Syvyan is about to try to destroy Roberts' ship.
They're all scared of fish.
I don't know what it is. Whatever it was dark and it moved fast.
How big?
Very few things can move like that underwater. And no, it wasn't a shark. It had legs.
Excuse me, what?
It
Yeah,
had legs, and it was running under the water.
Alright, time to go.
Yeah.
Time to go.
I tell Morgan to prep the crew for departure and tell them to scrub the whole mutiny thing because that's no longer relevant.
Well, we should also tell them to be prepared just in case we get attacked by whatever was under the water.
That part was implied, but thank you for making it explicit.
Wait a minute. Can I do that?
Okay.
Message
You
from
all see Morgan and the crew start preparing to leave and get the boat ready.
As I got 2 questions.
Sure.
1. Due to the arcana on it, can I tell if it was safe to grab said arrow or not?
You believe so, yes.
So I would be stealing the arrow.
Okay.
2. Is their ship within range of sight?
You see Baleric ship in the water, and then the boat that Roberts has been preparing for since you guys found it.
I'm skywriting. Necromantic arrows. Monsters in water.
Who can see this?
Watch out.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Who can see it?
Oh.
Just look up.
Look up.
Like, the clouds begin to write in the sky.
Necromantic arrow? What does that even...
I do have a question.
That's
I have an
dreadful.
answer.
Since I've been a sailor for 2 years, is there any chance I've come across like something like this before?
Give me a history check.
Okay.
I'm not going to be detailed. That's for his own notebook.
You've heard tales, like folk tales and child tales, of a bow that is imbued with necromancy. But that's all you know.
Okay. Oh shit. Did that just say necromancy? Arrows?
Yes, it did, and it's
Oh,
rather
fuck
strange. thing.
me. No. Did no one else grow up with those stories? Because I certainly did.
I grew up with many stories, never anything about necromancy arrows.
Would that include the little thing of the captain's little creature under the water?
No.
No? Alright.
I said monsters in water.
Yeah, he did say that.
You said no, he said monsters in the water. You said something with legs under the water.
It looked like it had legs. It looked like it was running underwater,
Monsters can have legs.
which is
Water
weird.
monsters don't usually have legs.
It's squishiest.
Anyways,
Boy!
There's only one racist in this group, and it's Syvyan.
Not wrong.
now what?
And Verkon's going to just move back to the boat with all of his stuff strapped on him.
On the way back to the boat,
Flipping
Rose
up
is
his
going
hood
to
as
stop
well,
him.
just in case.
Rose is going to stop him. Verkon! Over here.
What?
Come here.
What?
I'm going to whisper in his ear. Syvyan's breaking the boat. We're to go to Captain Graves' ship.
I can swim.
So can
It's
I.
just struts.
And I'm going to follow after Verkon. And I have the ring on. And
Okay.
I have had it since he gave it to me, so I'm attuned to it. If it requires attunement.
No attunement was
No
given
attunement.
on it.
Sweet!
Okay.
And just for shits and giggles, when we get into the water and we start swimming, I'm gonna look like a mermaid.
Vergon will literally leave everyone in the dust as soon as he hits the water.
You all see Dante carrying 2 giant boxes over his shoulders, and he's just throwing them on the boat and getting up there and helping people up. And he holds his hands out. Let's go, you two.
I'm going to look at Dante kind of sadly.
Blub blub, I'm a fish.
Get off the ship.
I'm helping people. Kind of hard when I'm helping people. Get up here.
No.
Okay. That's an order? Question mark? I can do that, right?
Well, technically, I mean, you are first mate. But here's the thing. Remember, the captain's selling me.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing more than goods to him.
I mean, we all are.
Dante, please get off the ship.
Go have fun. Go learn to be a real captain. I'll hold you back and you know it. You know I would. Go.
Then promise me one thing.
I will not kill Syvyan.
Thank you. That is exactly what I needed to hear, given what's going to happen next. And I leave.
I'll come up. I got
And
him.
I am actually going to do a flip out of the water and wave at him as a mermaid. Just because.
Verkon's gonna get on deck.
What's up? You
So,
leaving too?
I will, but I gotta have fun with this.
Just don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill anyone. Unless
Maybe.
they're the things in the water. I might kill them. It'll be a good test. Looks at the gauntlet.
Okay. Well,
Anyway,
it's been a pleasure, Baro.
you're not bad yourself.
Thanks.
I'm
Walks
going
to the
Baleric's ship.
side that's closest to going towards Graves' ship. Hey, Roberts!
Verkon?
I don't know you shit. I came on free. You tried to get me killed too many times. Fuck you! And he flips off. Robert, and he flips off the ship and dives into the water.
I have heard this. I am poking myself outside the water to witness that, and I'm going to call to him as well. Hey, robots!
What?
You got me killed. I know what you did to my father, and I know it was your fault. I know about your little deal, and I made one of my own. I know you were trying to sell me too. Go fuck yourself.
What's your AC? 15?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm swimming away. Dashing, by the way.
Hold on. Hold on. He used his bonus action to get steady aim.
Of course he did.
Because,
How much
that is a
damage?
thing now for Rose. Hold on. Because he gets sneak attack.
I know.
I need to... And so that is... I'm just going to... Do I have it to where... Give me a second. That's the... Okay, it's that much dice. You are taking 35 points of piercing damage as an arrow flies into the water clean through your shoulder.
Oof.
I'm going to look at him.
Still conscious, yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to
Now,
just
no,
look at
you are only able to adopt the form. You don't get
I
the
know.
traits. So you're
I
in
know.
difficult terrain and you're holding your breath.
Well,
The
no, I
ring.
got the ring of water breathing.
Oh, that's right, you're right. So it's just difficult terrain for you to move slow.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm going to be dashing and
so you
getting
get, like,
to
30 feet.
half my movement speed would be 15, so yeah, 30 feet.
Okay.
I'm going to dash to Baleric's ship. And when I
Give me
get
a
there, I'm going to
perception
poke. Oh, goody.
I'm assuming both of us.
Yes.
Ooh, what do I see?
Nope.
What do I see?
After the shot, you see Dante get really pissed off and turn around and draw a sword.
Oh,
And I'm going to be looking out of the water and I'm just glaring at Roberts.
And you see that he has drawn his rapier and he is clashing blades with Dante. As you see the crew start trying to go up and try and pull them apart.
Syvyan finally comes back up from below decks after hearing the commotion. Sees what's going on. Fuck. With the use of thaumaturgy, he projects his voice loudly. To battle stations, everyone! The enemy is drawing on us.
Give me a persuasion check.
Shite.
Because right now, they are trying to pull these two off of each other, and it's not working.
Oh shit, that's perception. Fuck!
of course it's a good roll, too.
So
Same exact
some of them are like, you right. The Goliath one, though, he's like trying to pull Dante. This one's the strong one. Holy shit.
Not wrong.
Why can't you be like the water and cave to me?
I'm going to pull the well, actually, I'm gonna push the bolt out of my shoulder, as pulling it out would be a bad idea.
It depends on which direction.
There's a note attached at the end of the arrow.
What does it say?
It says, "It was to keep you and me alive in the long run. You'll understand one day. Go get a spine and come back."
Ooh, I'm about to have a spine. I'm about to go and shove it right up his ass.
Verkon's effectively gonna be pushing you, since he is faster in the water.
Yeah.
Secret.
And I'm
gonna
gonna secret gnomish training. And I am going to basically, once we get to Captain Graves' ship, I'm going to poke my head out of the water. Yo, Graves! Send down a ladder!
I order the
It's
ladder
cold.
to be sent.
I will send the ladder.
You see the monk and the halfling just shove a ladder down, and the halfling looks over. He puts a finger in his mouth and slicks back an eyebrow. "Hello, my little mermaid."
Married, dear. Married, and happily so. And pull
What they
myself
all
out.
say.
I'm going to pull myself out of the water.
It's just a random halfling crewman.
She's just gonna bonk him on the head. Go to horny jail, damn it.
Go to the box.
If it helps you any, this is the one that was too afraid to fight Roberts on your behalf.
So you're
That's being taken care of currently. I pull
so
myself onto the
you're
ship.
a coward and a perv. Got it.
I'm going to pull myself onto the ship. Verkon behind me. Shift back into my tiefling form. Unabashedly in front of this crew.
What happened to
That's
your
a new
shoulder?
feature.
Captain Roberts happened to my shoulder.
Medic.
I basically gave him my resignation in the form of a fuck you.
Oh.
Dante
I'm
did not
liking
take
you more and more.
Dante didn't take kindly to the captain shooting me, and is currently fighting him on the shore.
Well,
Where
You
is
all see on the
Syvyan?
boat this massive pile of people. Looks like clustered on, like, near the wheel of the ship, and it doesn't look like the circle is moving at all.
I guess that saves me the trouble of trying to figure out how to get you out of there.
Yeah.
Where's your husband?
Yeah, where's the Seaman?
No, about that.
Syvyan's still at the beach. He's trying to get them together in order to go up against the enemy.
What
Everyone's
exactly
on the
are we
ship.
fighting?
An old enemy of his people. Something very old and very dangerous.
I mean, you saw my message, yes? He points up.
Yes,
Oh,
I've heard
I know.
stories of that when I was little.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they
saw
shot
your
this.
message. It's kind of vague.
All I know
shot
is that
this.
we need to get your shoulder healed as soon as possible.
Agreed.
Indeed. I'm going to need to be at full strength in order to join this fight.
Oh,
I'm not leaving Syvyan there.
wait, about this. Stand still.
Alright.
We're gonna go over to Syvyan while he casts his spell.
Mhm. At that point, after yelling at everybody, I'll step up in between both Roberts and Dante. Still loud-mouthing, because I am keeping that spell up. It's good for a minute.
Give me a strength check, because you're gonna have to try and push through people. Give me an athletics.
There it is.
Ooh.
So
nice.
you're able to push and pull, like push and push your way through the front. You see, though, that these two, even though they're getting pulled, Dante elbows people off as he starts bringing his blade down just for it to either miss, graze, or get parried by Roberts. And Roberts tries to do the same thing. And at one point, he even shoots point blank with the crossbow, but Dante catches the arrow and snaps it in half and throws it in front of him.
Dante, Roberts, we are under attack and we have not the time for this now. Settle it after we've killed the enemy.
Roberts kind of stops and looks at you. They're not after me, they're after you.
That's not entirely accurate. His enemy. Seems you know more about them than you should. Is a very dangerous and carnivorous enemy that will devour anything in its path, and you happen to be along with it. Get your men with ranged weapons prepared to take out anything that attempt to climb. Dante, because you two need to be separated for now, come with me to the belly so that if they try to come in from underneath, we can be prepared for them. And if need be, Captain, why don't we use a proper pirate tactic? Sail towards Graves' ship. See if we can distract them and send them towards Graves instead of us.
Dante's eyes, that were pure white with rage, resides for a minute. And he looks at you. And he looks back at Roberts, and he pushes people off, and they kind of look at him. And he goes, "You know what? Fuck you." And you see his blade light with electricity as he turns and cracks Roberts in the chest, and you hear a giant boom as Robert goes flying off the back of the ship.
Can I roll a
and he
perception to
walks
see this?
off. You can. You all hear the giant boom.
What was that?
Fuck was that?
Ooh, it's getting spicy over there.
Indeed it is.
What
Bonnie,
happened?
you do not see anything, unfortunately.
Damn.
Verkon? My dearest friend, would you mind using that lovely cloak of yours again and go and fetch Roberts, as he is currently in the water?
He's in what?
No, he's actually on the beach.
Oh.
He got knocked off
currently on
onto
the
the beach.
Oh.
Can't you just
Issue with that.
let him drown or just leave him?
I don't feel like being shot by these. As he holds up the arrow again.
Fair enough.
The arrow
I gotta
glows
say.
in your hand.
Go, Dante.
It's glowing.
And you hear a voice from the past. And it says, "Throat for throat. Vengeance for innocence."
Who's hearing this?
Those two.
Oh.
Me.
As an arrow flies from the water and strikes the halfling, and you see it go through his forehead and out the backside as the arrow explodes, and you hear a giant wail from the arrow as the body falls to the ground.
Okay.
That's not good.
No, it's not. We're leaving.
No.
Shove him overboard.
I'm curious now. Verkon snaps the arrow in his hands.
It disintegrates once you snap it.
Did you
Aww.
manage to see where the other one went?
The other one shattered.
Oh, okay, good. Whatever that is, I don't want it on my ship.
I was hoping something interesting would happen.
Is walking off. We're going to wrap up soon. Walks off with Syvyan.
What are we doing now, Dante?
He shot your wife.
He's done a lot of things to my wife.
Your
Don't say it
phrasing
like
has
that,
not improved in the
please.
2 years I've known you.
No, I
Go
have actions.
with her. Go with her. And I will lead these guys if they follow me. And we'll leave him on the sand.
Are you taking the ship then?
Thinking about it. I don't mind people leaving, but don't shoot them when they leave.
Alright then.
Besides, I could use some new hunters to help train and kill demons along the way.
A good idea. Should I need to, I know how to contact you.
He pulls out a stone. Give that to Rose.
It'll make it easier, but alright.
It's the least I can do for you, preserving the tooth.
Call on me, or all of us, if you need our assistance in the future.
We'll see.
And
You know me.
if you hear anything, you know what
I'll keep my eye out.
And I will.
If you need me, give me a holler.
Of course.
Good luck.
And to you. And now, let me give a parting gift for those who are supposed to be claiming loyalty to you now. Still, going back to projector voice again. Former crew members of Dread Pirate Roberts. Dante is now assuming command of this ship. And I know you do not appreciate me at all. But you've seen what I can do. What I've done to the ship that bore Dante to us. And you know that I will remain allies with Dante, even if we're apart. So mind yourselves upon the sea, because myself and those of my ilk bear power over its storms. And I'm casting Call Lightning to form a storm. And I'm targeting Roberts for its first lightning bolt.
I want that coat, damn it!
Roll the spell. And what's the DC?
Son of a beach. Hot second, gonna have to.
Yes,
What's your
no,
DC?
no, thank you.
It's a deck save, isn't it?
Give me a hot second. I gotta fix the spell itself because it's
The
busted.
spell says "fuck you."
Yeah, that. Bam! Dex save 14, and I'm maxing it out. So with my channel divinity, so it's actually 30 points of damage.
Okay. Give me a second. Now, can you see him when you do this? Are you looking at him?
Oh yes. Right after I get done.
As you call the lightning down,
Mhm.
he jumps out of the way, avoiding the lightning entirely.
Made the deck save.
And evasion, so yeah. Keep that
beat
as a
it by one.
reminder for what could happen next time, traitor.
He glares up at you.
Glowing eyes, it turned to back to the rest of the crew. Any who defy Captain Dante might not be able to make such a leap. And then I jump off the ship, turning into merfolk form to go towards Graves' ship.
Belly flop! Belly flop!
So, all of you start hearing the names Roberts and Dante being chanted, as it looks like a scuffle appears on the ships.
Oh, this should be interesting.
Either way, looks like Roberts is on the island in the sand.
Everyone here should be about ready as soon as Syvyan gets his butt up over here to get the fuck out of here!
Can I make a perception check to see if I saw him change?
Sure.
Once we're clear of the other crew and
No.
these monsters, we
You
can
do not.
return for.
I
You
am
are
looking-
like,
return to
ooh,
collect
big fight.
weapons.
I'm
You're
like,
like, ooh,
I
there's a
am.
big fight over there.
I'm like, I am so fucking tired.
So, in a matter of like seconds, you get to the ship, Chris.
Yeah.
And I will put everyone on that map.
I take it the plan has changed.
Unfortunately.
Well, this may work to our advantage in the long run.
Not as much as I had hoped.
I still want his coat and his throat.
Well, once we're clear of these monsters and Dante has taken his old crew out to sea, we will be able to return to this island to collect him at our leisure.
For now, we must make haste away from these waters.
Agreed. But, do you know what exactly it is that we're getting away from?
What do
I'm
you
gonna point up to the sky where it says monsters.
That's not very specific.
What do you know of the races that live in the water?
Only a little. I mean, I can speak primordial, but that's about as far as it goes.
So he switches to Aquan. So then you do speak to others of nature, then.
I respond in primordial.
Which is the water form is Aquan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, primordial is a cover
Is the-
base language.
Yeah, it's the primordial
Aquan's
is like the
English.
root language.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Aquan is like the dialect. So he can still understand me. But
I can understand you guys too.
I respond to him in primordial. I am one with the sea and the storm.
Ace pipes up. You guys can talk this shit too. in primordial.
Oh, neat! I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to silently cuss in Infernal.
Give me perception checks, everyone.
She's gonna look at her. You speak Infernal.
I was originally a tiefling when I was first born.
Perception.
My mother was a tiefling.
Oh, come on!
My
I'm
mother's a
oblivious.
tiefling. My father's a Goliath.
So, Syvyan and Verkon. Another arrow comes out of the water and hits on the deck, as if it was purposely meant for the deck, in front of Syvyan's feet. And the arrow glows. And you all hear the same familiar voice. You caused mine. I'm coming to get even. Payback's a bitch. And we're going to call
Okay.
session there.
Oh,